Monkey. Monkey. Monkey.
Rapaziada, começaram do nada, então cheguei aí. Do nada, mano. Eu vi aqui que começaram a entrar no palco. Começou então, rapaziada, também com a Bikini no palco. Boa noite pra geral, boa noite pra geral. Vou pegar o link do chat aqui pra ver a galera.
Monkey.
Oxente, calma aí que tá repetindo o som provavelmente. Vou nem avisar que começou, mano, porque falta 4 minutos aí. Lembrando que tem a nossa brasileira aí disputando o top. Vou arrumar a posição aqui, mano. Gravar uma story aqui, pegar o link do YouTube. Galera, estamos ao vivo, começou aqui a final do Arnold Classic, vem assistir junto comigo, o link tá aqui. Hoje tem Rafa, tá tendo Bikini, vai ter Men's e finalizar com a Open, tamo junto. Ao vivo, começou aqui a final do Arnold Classic, vem assistir junto comigo, o link tá aqui. Hoje tem Rafa, tá tendo Bikini, vai ter Men's. Foi ter o piloto um F5 aqui. dar um grau. Ah, não, abri foi um vídeo antigo, pô. Oxe, eu viajando, velho. Agora que é o certo agora, rapaziada. Foi mal. Ainda nem começou. Era de manhã, mano. Que viagem, velho. Foi mal, rapaziada. Foi mal. Mas já vão deixando o like aí de vocês. Deixa eu ver aqui o... Confundi, mas é isso, rapaziada. Bora esperar aí. Faltam 3 minutos. Eu vou sair um pouco de escanteio aqui. Daqui a pouco eu volto.
Monkey. Monkey.
Salve, salve, rapaziadinha. Tamo junto, agora é de verdade, hein? My Life Scott, os grandes campeões aí. Os maiores atletas da história do fisiculturismo brasileiro. Vou ajustar essa câmera aqui. Galera que tá acompanhando, sejam todos muito bem-vindos aí a mais uma transmissão aí do Arnold, última live, né? Começa agora, né, Tubras? De 8 horas, mano. Já estamos prontos pra começar, mano. Eu quando abri a live, pô, faltava 5 minutos do nada uns biquínis. Só que tava no vídeo antigo da live da reprise da live de manhã. Eu, oxente. Isso agora, só estamos aguardando aí. Vai divulgando pra geral, já chama aí, rapaziada. Vou fazer uma story aqui. Galera, vai começar a final do Arnold. Tem Ramon, tem Rossi, tem Bikini, tem Physique. Já estamos ao vivo aqui. Então vem pra live, rapaziada. Falei Ramon, mano, que merda. Fala, rapaziada, vai começar a final do Arnold. Já estamos ao vivo aqui. Tem Brandão, tem Rossi, tem Physique. Então vem pra live e vem assistir que estamos ao vivo. Já estamos ao vivo aqui. Tem Brandão, tem Rossi, tem Physique. Então vem pra lá. Tá, que vai começar a grande final. É isso, já estão se preparando.
Monkey.
Tá ajustado aqui. Começou, rapaziada. Eu vou até escutar a rapaziada aí falando. Quer dizer, não começou literalmente, né? Mas vai começar. Agradecer a presença de todos e todas. Eu ver como é que estamos aqui no nosso Telegram. Quer dizer, não entrou no Telegram? Telegram sempre tá tendo os avisos de live. Quem tá lá não perde nada, fica sabendo de tudo. E lá também tem as lives, a live que nunca cai lá no Telegram. Então, fica ligado, rapaziadinha. Aumentar e escutar aí a galera enquanto não tem ninguém pra gente interagir aqui no chat. Será que o Brandão vai conseguir o top 3, rapaziada? Galera que não é inscrito na Twitch, já segue nós na Twitch, é nóis. Pessoal que tá chegando aí no YouTube do Instagram, tamo junto, rapaziada, mais uma live novamente. E vou falar pra vocês, começando o canalzinho novo, então estamos com 187 inscritos. Falta 13 pra bater 200, então bora bater 200 aí. 200 inscritos em 2 dias vai ser massa, rapaziada, então ajuda nós. Perdi diversos canais aí do Mr. Olímpia, nem sei, já perdi as contas, foi 4, foi 5, não sei. Que horas vai começar, Marcos? Vai começar agora, mano, já é pra começar agora. Provavelmente a Open vai ser por último, vai ter Bikini, Men's e Open. Mas galera, eu sempre falo, Arnold não é igual a Olímpia, que fica o dia todo só competição. Arnold é coisa rápida. Hoje mais cedo foi questão de 1 hora e já foi. Já foi a final da Men's? Ainda não. Shots começou agora, mano. Começou agora, mano. Não teve ainda nenhuma final, nenhuma premiação. Fechou? Tira uma fotinha aqui, esse sai bonito.
I thought that he would win the show last night, but I remember at pre-judging, I kept saying I would not be surprised if they give it to Wesley because Wesley was at his all-time best. I don't think there's anything he can do to get any better. He just has to bring this package because it's classic, and the judges obviously liked his look and awarded him.
Yeah, we're with you for the next hour, and then we will go live at 7 o'clock Eastern time here in Columbus. You won't miss a thing. Let's take a look at the schedule for today.
Aí, ó, horário da cerimônia. Bikini, vou até tirar um print disso aqui. A foto. Open cerimônia. Eu não tô entendendo nada. Boa noite, Diego. Quando vai ser o próximo evento igual a esse? Depende do que você considera igual. Essa aqui é a segunda maior competição do mundo, beleza? A primeira é o Olímpia. O Olímpia, se não me engano, vai ser em setembro ou outubro. Mas a gente tem diversas competições menores. Vai ter o Arnold do Brasil, vai ter categoria profissional lá. O Arnold do Brasil vai ser daqui a um mês, mano. Dia 3, 4, 5, 6 de... Inclusive estaremos presentes lá, tentar gravar muito conteúdo lá no Arnold, mano. 22 horas, tá errado isso aí. Tá errado esse horário aí. Ó, a Open vai começar no caso então 8h20, né? Esse horário dele está estranho porque não tá batendo, não. E fisiculturismo no Zé lá? É, vai ter, o Olímpia vai ser uma com uma estrutura desse tamanho. Sábado, 2 de março.
Yeah, she definitely demands the spotlight. Also, wellness took place, and again, this was a very tightly contested event. And in the end, we had not a two-time champion, but we have someone now that has both titles with Olympia and now the Arnold.
Pela tabela em Ohio agora é 18 horas. Esse horário não tá certo, não. Eles vão começar a live tanto tempo antes assim pra ficar. Deixa eu ver se alguém postou alguma coisa.
Yeah, Francielle Mattos, she was special. She was spectacular.
She's very incredible. Like I said yesterday during the broadcast, she brings this combination of very conditioned physique, but not being overly conditioned to the point of strided. So everything is very clearly defined.
A partir das 21, não tô acreditando não, rapaziada.
I think better than anybody on the stage.
And the Brazilian very emotional when she had an opportunity to be interviewed by.
Ei, família, a partir das 21.
Once again, congratulations to all the winners, all the competitors. Everyone put on such a fantastic show. I think we were all
Esse meu história aqui.
the reaction we saw was amazing. Well, we'll have much more when we come back to Columbus. We'll have bikini conversation. We'll get into that a little bit more. Plus men's wellness. We'll have that as the 36th annual Arnold Classic rolls on.
Galera, a final vai ser 21 horas. Não, é 21 horas aqui, ali no Open. Eu acho que eu mandei o texto com 21 horas e viajei, mano. E vai começar com as prévias não. Confrontos da Open. Boa noite, meu parceiro Binho, beleza? Ó, deixa eu ver aqui os horários certinho. Ó, 21 horas, que é 7 horas lá, vai começar com a abertura. — 20h50, final Bikini. Já vou deixar aqui aberto, beleza? Eu vou mandar o texto aqui. O palco até tá desarmado.
Alongside Janet Leigh, Fouad Abiad, and Dennis James, I am Todd Harris. Apologies for that. Well, it has been a busy week, guys, with the expo. We've all mentioned, and we've been down there rubbing shoulders with people, rubbing tight shoulders with people, because it has been absolutely packed. And if you had a chance to walk in there, you saw exactly what I was talking about. Fouad, I'll start with you. You have a booth in there. It was.
Eu vou deixar fixado, vou entrar pra fixar aqui os lugares, beleza? Ah, não, vou botar no texto aqui na tela.
Not going to make it in and out without being stopped all the way through. And even if you're not a celebrity, it's very hard to get through. Everybody's kind of inching along. But the one thing I did notice is everybody's very courteous to each other. It's an awesome community because you're bumping into each other and stuff. But all I saw all day long was people.
É isso, rapaziada. Já volto aí, beleza? Vou aproveitar pra ver se tem alguma coisa pra jantar. 20 horas a gente tá aí de volta. Desculpa aí pela confusão de horários. Estava aqui à disposição de vocês. Mas tamo junto, rapaziada. Já volto aí, é nóis.
Maybe if I went like all the way around the wall, but I mean it's so awesome to see like the legacy that Arnold has been building since day one of this expo, this show, and people coming from all around the world, hundreds of thousands of people coming all the way here to Columbus, Ohio, to whether it's to compete or just to be a spectator or be part of the fun here, and it's family friendly. I've brought my daughter here many of times. And there's something for everyone. And it goes to show like the big inspiration that Arnold has made on people's in their lives and just making that kind of reach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you mind if I'm sorry? I just want to mention also thank you to the police officers that are down there.
Oh.
Because they've been amazing at like coming over and asking.
And on the street.
Yeah, coming over and asking if you need any help or anything, and just kind of they're very, very in with the crowd and they've been doing an amazing job.
Well, you do see them everywhere.
Yeah, tip of the cap to Columbus's finest, as they have done a great job of keeping law and order on the streets. And to Fouad's point, everyone has been so courteous. You haven't seen, you get people that may have had a few too many beverages, but everyone's for the most part is very courteous. How about some more highlights? Let's go to Classic Physique before I promise something I can't deliver. Classic Physique highlights from yesterday, and DJ, this was so good. I mean, there's a lot of surprises, a lot of great posing routines, and great music.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of surprises. Wesley Wizards from Holland or the Netherlands came, and I think his life's going to change. Within one show, he will be one of the top contenders at the Olympic this year because he beat 2 of the top 3 guys in the world, and I think they were all at their best. So it's not like they came in off and he caught him off guard. I think he was just so good that the world will hear much more about Wesley.
Yeah, I think it was. You guys did a great job of breaking down why, the who, the what, and I don't know if you had a chance to talk to Ramon afterwards. Was he upset? Did he feel like he got slighted? Or the fans kind of like, okay, we can see why they chose?
No, but by the way he handled himself, I think he understood. And I will see him on next week. We have him in Arizona. Him, Urs, Chris Bumstead. We'll have the whole crew down there. And then we'll probably get some more insight. But no, he did good. He wished him, he congratulated him, and no, he was fair.
Arnold said something in that interview, something along the lines of, hey, some days it's your days, some days it's not, and broke it down pretty simple. And I think yesterday the judges just saw something in the Dutch athlete that just said, this is the guy.
When you have an athlete that comes up and just is that good, and you're the reigning champion, it makes you think like, whoa, I need to really step it up, and it makes you go back to the drawing board. What can I do to improve? Because, it wasn't that Ramon was back any. And
Right.
he was on point, but you know, when the athlete's stepping it up, you got to step it up too.
Yeah, Wesley certainly did do that indeed, so we congratulate him. We want to take a look now at the prejudging for men's physique, and that was something to behold. DJ, start with you. What did you see? What impressed you this morning?
Well, Kyron, as you see him right here, I expected him to come in and somewhat, you know, be a contender for this win. But I don't think that he had enough today to place even in the top 2.
Really?
So I could still be wrong because they will still have the confirmation round. But Diogo Montenegro was great. We had Vitor Chavez and Mateus Vieira Lima from Brazil, who is probably one of the 2 fighting for the top spot.
Fuad is one of the 2 internationals on this desk. What is the main thing that you're looking for in this category as opposed to classic?
Well, I mean, the main thing with men's physique guys, I mean, they've gotten bigger over the years
Yeah.
for sure, but that's not really what they're looking for. What they're really looking for is the illusion of the V-taper, which means they want big, round, capped off shoulders. They want the smallest waist they could possibly have. And from the back, they want developed lats, because if you have developed lats and lower back, it creates a smaller illusion of a waist. So this is the V-taper that they're really looking for, and they're not really looking at legs in this division. So that's why you see the long board shorts and that. Although in the new men's physique rules, they are going to be looking at the legs.
But you could see, you see a lot of them wear just half shorts.
Right.
They already start showing their quads, and the ones that still wear them kind of long, you can see
They're the ones that
there's not much legs under
they're
there.
still hiding a little bit.
Let's talk about Kyron Holden. We saw him just a moment ago, and during his prejudging, DJ, you said you saw him this morning. Don't think he's in the top 3 right now?
No, he could very well be in the top 3. I just don't think he's going to be in the top 2. Because, you know, if you see the top 4 call out, then there's 2 in the center, and they move him to the outside, he could be either 3rd or 4th.
I mean, also, Kyron has, which sounds like, it doesn't sound like a disadvantage, but maybe, because in this sport, you're almost sometimes judged about how your last showing was. So if Kyron was amazing last year when he beat Aaron Banks, that's the standard they're going to hold him to. So if he's come back and he's not in the same shape at least or better, that could be a mark against him.
Is it fair?
I think it's fair. I think they if you've brought a certain caliber of physique, they expect that
That's
caliber
the bar they set
again.
for you.
Now you're still judged amongst who's on stage with you, but you have to remember the judges remember what you looked like the last time you were there.
How about? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, if you're great today, you got to match it or get better by next time. You can't come back worse.
Yeah.
That's
progression.
It would never help.
Yeah, want to see that progression. How about Diogo Montenegro? We talked about him, just touched on him momentarily, and man, he looked good out there. Young man out of Brazil. We've already talked about this, Fuad. Janet, the Brazilian athletes, they have just come to play. They're making this place their own.
Absolutely, there's so many, and Diego stayed quite in the middle. So him among the lineup in the first call out, he to me had the most fullest package. Very round, broad shoulders, had that X frame, but just even turning around like a very full physique all around, like the most complete. And compared to the rest of the athletes in the top call out, you can see why he was staying in the middle.
He is trending in the right direction, coming off a 3rd and then a 2nd. Will this be the year he gets the 1st? Anyone? Anyone?
Possible. Anything is possible, but I think that Mateus Vieira Lima has a word to say about this because he is in the top 2, and I didn't have him on the radar. Look, I mean his placings, he was never one of the top guys, but he came out and he was conditioned. He stood out to me, and I guess he obviously stood out to the judges because they put him in the center.
He was quite impressive, and the way he transitioned into his posing, he did that a very well and very confident job getting into those poses right away. So you can tell he's ready to fight and battle for that top spot.
We move from him, we move on to Emmanuel Hunter. DJ, you liked the Emmanuels yesterday. This is a different one, Emmanuel Hunter from Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, we expected a little bit more from Emmanuel. I think that he has a great physique. He stood out to me last year, and he somehow got lost in the top 4. I mean, I don't.
Well, how was his condition?
I think it wasn't what they expect from a main physique guy. I think he was a little bit slightly watery, but it wasn't enough because some of these guys were really in great shape.
I remember seeing him last year. He was actually very good. I remember being extremely impressed by his physique. But I wonder this year, because some of the other guys that we've mentioned are a little bit more developed. Did that play a part at all?
I don't know. Men physique now compared to a couple of years ago, and I'm saying 2-3 years ago, is a total different ball game. These guys look like big, almost like bodybuilders on top, you know. So now it's important for these guys to keep that small waist, to still keep that V-taper, because some of the guys you can see, they're almost ready to move on to the next category. So I don't know. It's the thing. I don't know what the judges is looking for exactly, but if we see some of these guys like Diogo Montenegro, who is a fuller guy, if he can win this show, what does it tell you?
But I mean, that's kind of what I mean, because Emmanuel Hunter looks like he could use a little bit more cap to the shoulder to kind of round out the physique, and I'm wondering if those are the kind of things that are holding him back, if you include that as well as conditioning.
Yeah, possible, yeah.
Let's talk about Vitor Chavez, the last competitor we'll mention here. He comes in again from Brazil. Came off a fourth place finish, just missed out on the podium last year, and he looks fantastic.
Yes, very, very muscular. I mean, he looked great this morning. He's definitely in the top 4. And like I said, it can go either way. We have to wait for the confirmation round and see what these guys look like tonight. So the stage light is a little different than the light over here.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of you talked about it yesterday. I think one of the comment you made that really stood out to me was some of these guys that are coming in that get their feet wet. Even if they've been here for a year, they still possibly getting their feet wet.
Well, I usually say this when they come for the first time.
First time
so
only.
If you come back for the second time and you're not there, then you need to think about what you need to do. I mean, you probably have to get back to the drawing boards.
Let's talk about Bikini International. We'll have that for you tonight. I know everyone's looking forward to that. Janet, you won this in 2019. Look at this field, the names. I mean, just making this field is kind of a big deal.
It's super exciting. I mean, the caliber of athletes that we have here from all around the world, but even more exciting is Laura Lee Chapados going to be a 3-peat champion, or are we going to have a newly crowned champion? That is the question tonight. And by the looks of prejudging, there is no clear winner.
Yeah.
And it was looking at apples and oranges, I think, between Laura Lee Chapados and Amy Delgado. Different structures, completely different structures. So it's going to go with what are the judges looking for here tonight?
Did anyone come out and just wow you? Like, whoa.
Yes.
What? Okay, DJ, thank you so much. They all wowed you, but which one?
Laura Lee, I think she did enough. I mean, Amy looks really, really, really good. But then again, Laura Lee's a little bit taller.
Right.
You know, and like Janet just said, on screen right now, it's a little different than what we saw this morning, because we're sitting right in front of the stage, we're looking up, and cameras put a little bit more weight on you. So I think that Laura Lee will 3-peat, and I'm still trying to bet Janet maybe to cut her hair.
Yeah, I'll have to take that because I'm not certain, and I love, obviously, I'm tall myself. I love those kind of structures and physique, and I love the package. Laura Lee's improved tremendously since the Olympia. She's coming even more tighter, more balanced with the glutes into the legs, so it flows better with her structure. But then again, if you think about the top 3 of the Olympia, the structures were more similar to Amy Delgado's. That shorter statue, stacking on the muscle, very full, healthy look. And now if the judges decide to go that way, I would have to lean more towards Amy.
Yeah, and you know what? Amy, I'm convinced she can win. You know, it's just what the judges like to see. It's just, I think you still have that little bit of champion bonus sometimes. You know, when it's really, really close, and it's like, you know, are you going to give it to the champion? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll have to
And,
wait
you
for
know,
another
based off of
confirmation round.
the improvements she's made, again, from her last show, the judges can say, wow, like she deserves this title.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm thinking, well, Amy has such, you know, she has a beautiful, nice athletic look, very full. When you look at her, you think Bikini 1000%.
And a beautiful smile. You know, I'm
Preach.
don't ask me
Preach.
because, you know,
He almost kept it together right to the very end.
And I'll have to
I'm
say
telling
this.
you, I'm looking at the face, and she's beautiful. Amy is very beautiful. I saw her outside after I left, and I told her, I said, congratulations, you did great. You know, so if she wins, I will never have a problem because she was that good.
I have to say, regardless, the bikini division, they nailed their posing routine, especially the top two, Amy and Laura Lee. And usually a lot of, you can kind of lean one way to the other, say their posing was a little off, but they both nailed it to a T.
She's Canadian, so let's bring in our resident Canadian, Fouad Abiad. Fouad, you proud of her?
I think she's got an incredible physique, and I think with my limited knowledge in bikini, I would have her winning just by the small amount I do know about bikini. She just has an incredible physique. She walks a perfect line in conditioning. She has great structure. And like I said, she's won before, like was said, she's won before, and she's been there before, and she has a great presentation. What I'm curious about, though, is to ask Janet is how important is beauty?
I think beauty does take a factor. I mean, at the end of the day, when everyone is physically in the best condition, they are very confident in their posing. Like, what else can you start taking points off of for your tan, your hair, your makeup, the color of your suit? All those things do take, you know, a factor into play. So, and also, you know, are you made up? Are you, you can show your individuality through your makeup and your hair. It's got to be the complete package with bikini, and that's why it's such a hard division. It's a different breed from the others to judge, so there's many factors that can take place, but one thing you have to be certain is show up ready physically, mentally, and emotionally, and go out there and own it. And I think, you know, between the top two, Amy and Laura Lee, it's going to be a battle tonight.
Yeah.
Todd, who do you like? I'll put you on the spot.
Well, no, it's just, well, let's talk about Amy Delgado first of all, because I think she's the one that everyone feels like will be the threat. They're all beautiful. I mean, I don't think any of these young women have fallen out of the ugly tree. They are all spectacular. They put the time in the gym. I mean, Janet, you can speak to this. The commitment is there. You can see the commitment on all. No one showed up with this and just said, I'll phone this one in.
No, these girls have been practicing every single day, putting in the work, training, not missing a meal, and practicing their posing. It definitely showed on stage. And Amy Delgado, she's had one heck of a year last year, winning a handful of pro shows. This could be her year.
And this is her first time at the Arnold, correct?
Arnold Classic debut.
So the pressure of coming in on her debut and then going toe-to-toe with the two-time reigning and defending champion.
I think she's ready, though. I think Amy's been equipped with the many pro shows she's won and achieved those titles prior in 2023. She's practiced enough. She's experienced enough. She made the top 10 at the Olympia. So she's had some great experience and knowledge how to hold yourself, represent yourself as a top bikini ambassador, and I think she would fit really well as earning the title tonight. But we'll see what the judges go for. That again, she does have that more fuller athletic look, and she has great shape. You can see with her glutes and her thighs. But in comparison to Laura Lee, it's a different structure. It's a taller, leaner look, but she did a great job keeping the fullness and roundness that bikini stands for. So again, it's up in the air, and actually I would love to have a second look again tonight. So we're going to have that with a confirmation round.
Let's talk about Phoebe Hagen, another one of the athletes in this group, and Bikini International is what we're talking about. Phoebe Hagen coming to us by way of the UK in Worthing in West Sussex, just outside of London. Coming off some pretty impressive performances, and she's going to step into this one, bringing, as you say, a complete package. Yeah,
she's another tall physique, and she carries muscle very well. During pre-judging, I did notice that she did have much broader shoulders, and I don't know if she quite brought the balance overall in the physique, but she was definitely brought the conditioning and the posing, the overall presence, and she was out there battling for third place, so we'll see how that goes.
Also in this group, Vanya, we'll see her in the competition as well. We're talking, of course, Bikini International. Vanya Augusti, excuse me, out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and making her debut as well.
Vanya was right up there with Phoebe in the second callouts. The judges were switching them out for third place. Vanya's physique was definitely a lot of muscle. You can tell right away, and almost you're not sure. Okay, is it too much muscle? Or are we stepping out of the lines of the bikini division? Obviously, with bikini, there's very strict. You want to stay within the criteria of having that tone physique, good muscle structure, but not too much muscle where you're going over, dipping into figure or fitness physique.
DJ, is this something you'd like to be a judge for?
No.
You have a great appreciation.
No, because no.
Could you be a judge for
No,
this?
because they all look great.
Yeah.
They all have beautiful bodies, beautiful faces. It's no, I couldn't judge it.
Fuad, could you?
No, this is one I definitely don't want to judge, because it's, you know, a lot of the girls come in with very good conditioning, like right where they need it. A lot of them are, like I said, they're all very beautiful. They all have great presentation. So a lot of it comes down to structure and shape, which is very hard to judge and can be very subjective. So it's like, I don't want to be the guy blamed for putting them in the wrong order.
But I think with bikini, it's literally so close.
Yeah.
I mean, for the audience, you could literally mix-match them any way, and nobody would complain.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, they're all great. And why don't we say, give Angelica, who came back after a long layoff. She just had 2 babies, former Miss Olympia. And she came back, and I think she's going to be in the top 3. What do you think?
Also, Angelica was another one battling it out. The judges were switching her to see who would fit best for third place.
Yeah.
And I got to say, she looks absolutely amazing coming back from, expanding her family, having 2 kids. She has been out for a while, so the game does change within, from year to year. And to get your body up to that kind of caliber that the girls are competing in. You noticed a little bit of nerves there with the posing. She could have, tightened that up. But I think getting a few shows under her belt again, she'll be back up to par with the rest of the girls. I think she had a great physique from the front, very conditioned from the front. And normally with Angelica, she would hold a little bit more muscle in the legs. But I think that's come down kind of atrophied from being out from competing for so long. But when you turn from the back, I did notice there was a little bit of, like a water shear with the skin. So maybe tightening up there could have helped her, benefited her to help earn that spot. So we'll see. Those are small changes that can happen from prejudging to finals. And, if the athlete gets some good rest, or depending on what they eat, if they eat more carbs or less water, whatever their coaches suggest, then that can make all the difference.
Staying with judging, Janet, this isn't apples and oranges. A judge for Classic cannot just bounce from category to category. These are specific judges looking for specific things. And to Fuad and Dennis's point, they don't know if they could judge a group like this.
Oh, it's so intense. And our judges in the IFBB Pro League definitely do a great job of right away finding those details staying within the criteria. And with bikini, it's, so many factors that come into play. And I don't think I could do it. Very tough.
We'll see what happens. We still got a lot more still to come, of course, as we continue on here with the 36th Annual Arnold Classic. We'll take a short break. We're getting you ready for the live show, which is coming up at 7 o'clock Eastern from beautiful Columbus, Ohio. Much more when we return to the Convention Center after this. Back inside the Greater Columbus Convention Center here with Janet Leug, Fouad Abiad, and Dennis James. I'm Todd Harris. Glad to have you with us. It's Championship Saturday here at the 36th Annual Arnold Classic. And we are going to continue to roll on as we get closer to 7 o'clock, coming up in less than 25 minutes. The open bodybuilding field, guys, this is something that a lot of people have been looking forward to. Who's going to walk away with the title? DJ, this is something that I think the people that get the seats out in the very front of the building, this is something that's like, okay, this is why I came early. This is why I came early, as you take a look at the field.
Yes, I mean, everybody was waiting for Samson and Hadi to come out together. They were standing right next to each other in the lineup, so it didn't take long for everybody to see them stand next to each other. And I have to say this, I mean, Hadi, after losing the Olympia, there was a lot of pressure on him, and he came and I think he delivered. I think it's the best Hadi we've seen since Vancouver. He was a bigger version of himself compared to Vancouver, and he was spot on condition-wise, front to back. There was nothing to criticize like we did earlier last year with the Olympia, where he was not as great from the back as from the front, and you can see he worked on that and he fixed that problem. With Samson, this was a great Samson. I mean, Samson is very consistent and he gets better with shows. It's just standing next to Hadi, you just don't shine as much as if you stand next to someone else. When Hadi stands next to you, it's really hard to bring that condition.
Fouad does not agree.
Yeah, no.
Point, counterpoint.
No, I won't. I'm just messing around. I will say that everything Dennis said is correct.
Yeah.
This is the best Hadi we've seen in a long time. But like he said, Samson keeps getting better. I think right now Hadi's probably a little ahead of Samson because of the extreme condition. But I think Samson has a lot of strong attributes in his shape. Now, some people at home I've heard are saying that, oh, it's a wash and Hadi's won and it's over with.
Right.
It's really not over with. I spoke to a couple judges. The show is very, very close, and you don't have to take my word for it. When they do 4 rounds back to back.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got extra looks, didn't we?
This is what I'm saying, and this is why I tell people you have to be careful what you see on TV versus what you see in real life, because if the judges are going to make them go 4 rounds, if they do 2 rounds, then it's potentially ones for the audience. But if they do 4 rounds, they're waiting for somebody to fade. What that means when judges do 4 rounds back to back like that is these 2 are dead tied, and we're going to wait for one of them to fade while they're posing.
So, but what if no one fades? Because nobody faded.
Somebody will fade.
But
they saw, as soon as you see a crack in the armor, that's your cue.
Did you see anyone crack?
No, but that could mean they're still tied.
Yeah, I don't think they're tied.
Listen,
but
I'm not
you
saying
never know. You never know.
I'm not saying they're tied.
Yeah.
What I am saying is the judges obviously are having a harder time than the public is, because they wouldn't be making them go around 4 times if it wasn't a difficult decision.
Yeah. No,
Have you seen a 4 rounds like that back to back in any recent history?
Not with just 2.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like the last time I remember seeing this was with Hunter and Andrew, and they specifically told them they were waiting for somebody to fade because they couldn't decide. So I feel like that may be what we're seeing.
Janet, this is why you get paid the big money. You're
That's
the tiebreaker. I think I've got one leaning towards Hadi. I've got one leaning towards Samson. I'm not smart enough to tell the difference because they both look amazing. My only question would have been, Samson's so much taller, and so standing next to Hadi, is he get the advantage of he just looks bigger. But from your
Samson
trained
has
eye,
that
what do you think?
Beautiful physique, that beautiful structure, and Hadi is just, he really does shine his physique, and it's hard to not. Your eyes are drawn to that kind of physique. I mean, he's so chiseled, conditioning on point, and all these, you see literally every single muscle on him. Is so much detail that, I mean, it's hard not to see that. And with judging, it kind of like when your eyes gravitate to one physique more, I would lean to that one.
Yeah, DJ, I think you hit it spot on yesterday. They were so close yesterday, but it came down almost to that presentation. And Hadi's color, if so to speak, just seemed to pop more on camera. Now, to Fouad's point too, don't believe what you see on camera all the time and you see outside. So it's
And it's sometimes Hadi creates tremendous illusion.
Yeah.
And I believe, this is my honest opinion, that if Hadi would have looked like he did last night at the Olympia, he would be here as a 2-time Mr. Olympia.
I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
I listen, like I said, I don't disagree with Dennis that Hadi is probably in the lead right now. My only point is that it's much closer than people think.
And it's not over.
No, it's definitely not over.
So if you're Samson, what can you do to swing it in your
look,
favor?
I think a major thing that people are waiting for is for Samson to show that dry, conditioned appearance. Now, if they can dry out that physique a little bit from last night to tonight, because while you're posing on stage and going that round after round after round, your physique is drying out. So you can expel some of that water. Now, and then sleeping through the night will also dry you out as well. So if they were able to dry out between last night and tonight, now I don't think he's going to bring Hadi's condition, but even if he can show better condition, then who knows if that tiebreaker changes a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to bring better condition. And if he brings, he will probably never be as hard in detail as Hadi, because there's only maybe 2-3 guys that can bring that kind of condition. It's not like you can work for that. That's something you got to have genetically to be able to get that lean. But if Samson brings better condition with the structure that he has, he's unbeatable. But if you don't bring the condition, then you are beatable, and this is what we saw last night in my eyes.
I think when you're talking about a show like the Olympia or like the Arnold Classic, these are the biggest shows in bodybuilding, and it becomes a little bit tougher for the judges to hand over a title to somebody if they're not in great condition. And like Dennis said, it doesn't have to be the same condition as Hadi, because that's very difficult for any of these guys with that size. But he has to be able to show good condition to be able to be awarded that victory.
Yeah, it definitely would be earned, whatever happens tonight. Again, we'll take you to some of the highlights, but I'll tell you, seeing that fourth call out, it was just, to Fouad's point, they needed to see someone separate themselves, and man, what a show, guys. I mean,
for me to stand out last night, the surprise, not stand out,
okay.
the biggest surprise, John De La Rosa.
John De La Rosa,
I believe that I had Rafael in third in leading up to the show, but I think that tonight, that John De La Rosa is still pushing Rafael for possibly the third place.
I actually agree 100% with Dennis. The way John has come back, when they were comparing them, I was actually looking at John and Rafa thinking, these two need to be compared a little bit more. And I would like to see, it would be kind of cool to see a call out with Rafael, John, and whoever they have in the
James.
Maybe James, I was thinking the
and
fifth
Antoine.
place.
James Hollingshead.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see a call out with just 3 or 4 of them. And I'd like to see them battle it out the same way they did with Samson and Hadi.
Man, I know I speak for everyone watching. I hate it when you guys agree. It's always much more fun when you disagree.
Well, this is what happens when you know what you're looking at.
Janet, you got to weigh in on this one. Again, you're going to split the vote. You could make a case for so many guys to be on that top 3, top 4, but it's going to come down to, as the guy said, there's going to be that one little something that's going to tip the scale.
Yeah, and prejudging was yesterday, so you have over 24 hours that your body can change, whether is one of these guys going to get into a mental state where it might show physically. What are they, the routine of what are they going to eat? Have they been moving around? Have they been resting enough? Just trying to put myself in their mindset, like, what can you do to maintain, not just maintain, but also get better from prejudging yesterday and hold that shape, hold that condition, but also come in better for finals tonight. And they're going to be working and battling it out tonight, sweating on that stage, because it's not going to be easy.
It's very true what Jen is saying, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily take that into consideration. Because there's such a gap between prejudge and finals, not only the physiology becomes a challenge, but also the mental state, because you might go online, you might read some comments, maybe they're not favorable to you. Maybe it's close between like Hadi and Samson, or maybe a couple other guys in 3rd or 4th or 5th, and now you're stressed out. Now when you stress, you might hold water, you might look a little different. So it's not always a positive to have that 24 hours. The mental state that Jan is talking about is actually a very big portion of what these guys are going to go through. And
continuing on what Janet was saying, mental state. How many of these athletes work with a mental coach? Somebody get them mentally prepared, put them in a good mental state, good mental health?
As far as I know, I don't know any guys that work per se with a mental coach, but a lot of these guys rely on their coaches as almost a mental coach in a way. Because a lot of it depends on the coach, because the more calm and collected and aware of the situation that your coach is in, that a coach sees you in, the more he can keep you calm. If you have a coach that's kind of all over the place and they're worried about what's going to happen and they're not certain of their strategy, then that anxiety starts to be put on you. So having a coach that's very sure and confident of their ways can make you feel better as an athlete.
It's hard for me to even imagine walking out the guys that have made this final and not being confident. And you made the final at the Arnold. It's not like you've arrived. You should be confident what you're bringing to the table.
Well, just to touch on that, it's not necessarily confidence, but your nerves may be
calm your nerves. Yeah.
Right. Your nerves might be an issue if at such a grand stage in such a big competition. I mean, these guys are fighting for $300,000.
Yeah.
This isn't, and they're fighting, and it's not only that. If you're talking about Samson and Hadi, for example, Samson is trying to beat potentially the best Hadi we've ever seen, and he's a former Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
So that takes you from third in the world to potentially now you're in the talk of being the best in the world. So this is all stuff that these guys are thinking about through the night.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said yesterday, that if you want to keep someone calm, make sure he's ready. If you're ready, and then this will calm your nerves like nothing else. Just chill. Don't have to do nothing drastic anymore. And if you can back off your cardio because you're already there, it helps you a lot. You know, if you have to, you know, start ramping up cardio the last couple of weeks when your calories are really, really low, that's when the nerves start kicking in because they say, am I going to make it? Am I going to be in shape? And some people have more nerves, and some people just don't care, you know.
Let's keep the conversation.
Ford was a nervous guy.
Ford
was nervous.
I was. He's right. But what I will say is, Dennis is 100% right about the last 2 weeks, because I did have shows where I was ready early and I could walk on with complete confidence. But I think when you're talking about a Friday and Saturday night show, that's where the nerves, even the guys with the calmest nerves, on a stage like this, between that one night, it can play a part.
It's the time in between that you have spending just thinking, and this is where it really matters if you can harness and manage those emotions, that mental state. And I think probably the best time to give yourself some good affirmations and just tell yourself, you know, you did everything that you can, confident in yourself. I know I can do this. I know I can achieve this, and visualize it to manifest it. And, you know, again, the belief, even up until the last 24 hours that you can do this.
24 hours is a long time. I mean, we used to have prejudging in the morning and the finals at night. So now you have to go back and keep your fluid super low for another 24 hours after you just sweated out a lot of water. And that's the problem. The nerves will come in because now, most of the time, now you go online, you read the comments, people say you need to get better, you need to get drier. So now you're stressing, I need to get better for tomorrow. 24 hours is a long time.
You don't ever read those comments, do you?
Huh?
You don't ever read those comments, do you?
Back in my time, there was no comments.
I just remembered that he can actually speak about my nervous mentality because he coached me in 2014.
Inside information.
I forgot about that.
I'm going to put Ford on Front Street.
No, don't do it.
Ford is, he has phases where he gets nervous, but he catches himself, and everything's always fine. But I'll give you an example. Listen, people,
don't do it.
Everybody who's listening, you have to hear this story.
Do.
Ford calls me, and it was a couple of weeks out, and he had this phase where he was stressing, and he calls me and said, DJ, I'm done. I'm going to eat. He said, I'm driving the car. I don't know what to do. I'm going to eat. And I said, Ford, please hold it together. Hold it together. He held it together. Thank God.
Actually, what happened was I went home and had a plate of lettuce.
Wow.
I was just, he had me on like 1,000 calories a day.
It was more than that.
No, just
1,100.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go for a drive. It'll get my mind off food. So I went for a drive, and when I called him, and
he called me. He said, I'm about to break.
He's like, don't do it. We look great. Everything's on track. Don't mess up. I'm like, so I got home and I had like a plate of lettuce with mustard on it, and we kept cruising.
Yeah.
They say the best thing is when you're having those cravings and that mental change, and you're like freaking out. Stay out of the kitchen.
Oh yeah.
Stay out of the kitchen.
That's
the danger zone.
That's why you got in the car.
That's why I left the house.
Stay busy.
But to touch back on Hadi and Samson, we already historically know that Hadi is going to be better tonight. He is kind of like a Saturday guy.
Yeah.
He's great on Friday, and then he comes in even better on Saturday. So I would say it's very important for Samson to dry out just a little bit from last night, just to show a little better package to be able to compete tonight.
Well, I think, and that's the tough part, because if Samson is behind from last night, he wants to get better. But the issue is with Dennis saying that is Hadi is also going to get better. So does he stay ahead of him? Like, how much better can Samson get if Dennis is right about him being behind?
I can't get my mind off lettuce and mustard. I'm just locked on that
Well,
the lettuce and mustard diet.
Listen, lettuce is like no calories, and so is mustard. So I was like,
The lettuce and mustard diet sweeping the nation. All right, let's take a closer look at Hadi. This is a guy that's, he's eating more than lettuce and mustard right now. Just so impressive. And I'm going to start with Janet. Janet, you said a great thing just a few moments ago, made a great observation. He draws your eyes to him. It's just, you can't not look to him almost initially.
He really does. And I actually had the opportunity to compete at a show in Korea with him some years ago. And to see him in that, the physique on stage in person myself as a athlete, it just was insane, and it's hard to ignore every single line, every single detail that you see on his body. And like you said, Fuad, if one's getting better, the other one's getting better also. So I think, again, tonight, they're going to be battling it out head-to-head on stage. And it's tough, but these guys, they are experienced. They know how to, like, be spot on, especially Hadi being a Olympia champion already, and that was well deserved. So I know he's really wanting to have the Arnold title under his belt as well.
well, I mean, and Hadi's got something very big to prove, because he wanted to win that Olympia title, and Derek beat him. And I don't think he was his best on the Friday night. Maybe he was better on the Saturday. And I think here he wants to show that he still has that trademark condition that he's known for. And he showed that last night. He was very, very good. And I agree with Dennis that he potentially would have won the Olympia had he shown up like that a few months ago.
Big opportunity for him tonight. Let's talk about the defending champion. Samson comes into this, and again, the numbers are impressive across the board. The defending champion 2022, he finished in 4th place. Then last year, won it all. Can he do it 2 years in a row? And the task at hand, after what we saw in the call-outs last night, DJ, multiple times they brought him out. I mean, it was just, it was a great show for the fans. But to Fuad's point, I don't think they were doing it for the fans. I think this was a case of the judges, we need to see it again, and we need to see it again.
Well, they did include the fans a little bit, I think, and don't be surprised if they do the same thing tonight. I think they're going to put them together and make them go through at least 2 rounds. And even though by the time they do that, they already know what they're going to do.
If you're coaching them, though, do you tell them anticipate multiple call-outs? Do not, don't fade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about neither one of those guys, because they pose. You could see that nobody was fading. They were all, both of them were on their game. They're both good poses. They both held it together. It's just a matter of who can make the biggest change. I mean, Hadi doesn't have to change anything. Samson needs to get a little bit better.
Well, to the point, it's not necessarily just about fading. When they were going through those rounds back-to-back, Hadi and Samson both got better, because I think Hadi's back seemed to dry up a little bit and actually show a little bit more condition, which was crazy because it was already conditioned from the start. And Samson's back double bicep seemed to fill out a bit as he was posing. It's almost like he got a little bit more pumped up. So maybe they did it to get them to fade, but it kind of had a reverse effect for both of them. They both got better as they posed.
Yeah, it was impressive. It was a great show.
And nobody was sweating, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
Teeing it up for tonight. Not saying that 1 and 2 is already locked up. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll see. But it's such a great field full. Another Brazilian, Rafael Brandão, had looked so good as well last night as they brought him out. Again, we've talked about the Brazilians and more Brazilians. It's like the British invasion with music in the 60s. The Brazilians are coming, and they are certainly making their presence felt here.
Yeah, I think Rafael doesn't get enough credit, and we keep talking about, John should be compared with them, and James should be compared with them, and Rafa really is a solid 3rd, I believe, in this show. I mean, I'd like to see John next to him just to make sure, but he is phenomenal. He's got the best aesthetic shape in the show. He may not be the most heavily muscled, but he carries his mass really well, and his conditioning is amazing. So I think he kind of has solidified himself in that spot, but we're going to see tonight.
Is it disappointment if you aren't getting that call out with the top 2 guys and you're okay, it's not my year, or do you just now say, I got to make sure I'm top 3 or I'm top 4?
Yeah, I mean, in Rafael's case, he has to understand there's levels to this game. And last year, or 2 years ago when he competed last, everybody said the same thing. He's too small. So he took a year off. He put some weight on. Quality, he looks better than ever. And I think he still has room to improvement to get even bigger. So I think another year for Rafael, and he will be fighting for the title.
The other thing too, Todd, is when you're third behind the second and third best people in the world, it's not like you're like, oh, I'm third in a bad lineup. You're like, I just got beat by the second and third guys in the world, and one is a former Olympia.
Yeah,
Mr. Olympia. So it's not a bad place for him to be at all. In fact, even just being in that same, call out from at the beginning puts him kind of like, people are like, oh, this is what he looks like next to the best.
And it's still a pretty decent financial neighborhood to be in.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
I can relate to being third at the Arnold many times, and
Me too.
what happened in my mindset was like, what is it? What do I need to do to get better, to be in first place, to be in second place, or for me, third place was not it. I was not happy to settle there, and I wanted to, do everything that I can, getting judges' feedback, going back with my coach, comparing like the physiques ahead of me. What can I do to get better? Because I want that title. And for me, it took 6 years to get that, but every single year was not enough, and third place, fourth place, whatever. But as an athlete, you're trying everything, improving your physique, improving the way you manage your prep, the way you manage your confidence and your emotions on stage, the way you manage your posing. Like you think you're at your best when you show up to compete, but you can always come back better.
So in 2019, did you know now I'm there?
In 2019, it felt like I've been doing it many years. I know the routine. I feel really good, very confident, and like you guys said, when you've nailed your prep and your look is there, you're not worried about, oh, am I like dry enough, or are my muscles full enough? You're just kind of cruising into that state and like enjoying being present here, and just, okay, I'm gonna be ready to be owning it on the stage.
Let's
Absolutely.
talk about Jonathan De La Rosa if we can, before we move on. Remember, we got 7 o'clock coming up in just a matter of moments. We'll get you that. You won't miss a thing out of Sunrise, Florida. 5'8", 240. 8th place in 2018. He's coming back for more. Is this the best Jonathan De La Rosa, DK,
Yes.
we've seen in a while?
Absolutely, that's his best, and I'm so happy for him. I was happy for him when he came back his last show, end of last year sometime, where he was already at his best, and now he came in even better. So I think him and his coach, like Ford mentioned yesterday, Patrick Tour, they found the formula. They know what works for him, and I'm happy for him. He just got married. It's going in the right direction.
It's a good year for him so far.
Yeah.
And he's being mentioned, Fouad, in the list of, as you pointed out, a lot of best, the best of the best.
I think, like I said, John's one of those athletes that everybody roots for.
Yeah.
He has no enemies in the sport, and he is a perennial, hard-working, top 5, top 10 athlete at all the big shows. And I think people just want to see him get that win, and they're really rooting for him. And I think to see him come in the best condition of his life really makes people happy to see, oh, he nailed it, he finally got it. And once he's got that formula down and he starts showing up like this all the time, I think you're going to start to see the placings kind of go up.
Another name you might be able to put in that same category, James Hollingshead. You guys brought him to my attention, and I didn't know a lot about him before yesterday. But then when he came out, I think it was more when I saw him on the stage for the first time, and he was immediately in show form. he looked good.
James is known for his condition, but his past shows, he was always good leading up to the show, and then something went wrong, and he lost that fullness and came in too flat. And this time, he looks like he's filled out. He kept the condition. I think his abs can get a little bit better. They're kind of a little bit washed out. But other than that, I think that's the best James also.
Yeah, I agree. He finally found a peak between fullness and condition where he's matched. He's finally got the condition where it needs to be while still not, emptying out the muscle too much and looking too flat. I think where James is having a problem, I was kind of studying the photos yesterday. I think where James is having a problem is he really elongated. I know this is getting a little bit into the weeds.
That's
but,
okay.
he elongates his waist a little bit, and he doesn't have the deepest abs. So when he elongates that waist, it really washes out the ab wall. And so when you're looking, you don't see the definition in the abs the way you do with some of the other bodybuilders. But when I see him in the ab and thigh pose and he's actually crunched down, you do see the ab definition. So this whole thing could be solved maybe with some posing changes. And I think that's something else that the audience should know is there could be a drastic difference in someone's physique just by tweaking some posing shots here and there. So you may see a different James next time he steps on stage, or any of these athletes.
Let's do a quick check-in before we get ready for the live show. Antoine Valiant, last one we'll talk about in this class, young man out of Quebec, Canada, 6'0", 265, so on the taller side. Fouad making his debut here at the Arnold.
Yeah, Antoine's a great bodybuilder. He loves bodybuilding. He's very passionate. Everybody knows about, or most people know about Antoine's past, trials and tribulations, and he's really turned his life around, and he's enjoying it seems like he's enjoying his bodybuilding career now. He won a show last year, which everybody was very happy for him. He's another guy like John. People are very happy to see him do well, and I think at this show he's brought really great condition, amazing shoulders, great legs, and I think he's in the mix in that top 6, but we're going to see tonight.
Before we say goodbye and get you to the live show, we want to highlight one more classification. It's the pro wheelchair, and we'll be making that presentation shortly. But man, this was a great show earlier taking place. The pro wheelchair bodybuilders coming out on stage and doing their very best. And Janet, again, showmanship was on point.
It is every year, and it's really nice to see that the wheelchair division, they really get into it. They just work incredibly hard with their posing as well.
See some really great physiques. You have to respect the fact that these guys love going to the gym so much that nothing can stop them. They're just going to get in and build the physique that they want, and they're displaying it here.
No excuses.
Yeah.
No excuses.
Look at this.
Very inspiring.
And the pose down out in the front. They took center stage, and the guys, I love the ones with big smiles on their faces, but man, they were taking this serious.
The gentleman second from the left has an amazing physique.
Yeah.
Very good structure.
Congratulations to all of them, and as we mentioned, you'll see this in the live show as they make the presentation to the eventual winner. So we've got a full slate coming up, about 2.5 hours of coverage, and we are just moments away from that. So now is a time where I get final thoughts. We'll start with you, Janet. What should we anticipate tonight? What are you most looking forward to?
Well, of course, for me, bikini is definitely what I'm looking forward to the most. As there's, I mean, from prejudging, there was no clear winner in my books. And I'm curious to see which way the judges will kind of lean towards. Two different structures with Laura Lee defending champion. Will she be a three-peat, or will there be a new champion?
Fouad, prediction?
No predictions. I love bodybuilding very much, and I cannot wait to see the call-outs this evening.
So no predictions, no wagers. No predictions, no wagers, other than Janet cutting her hair.
No, I predict we're going to see a great show.
Oh, look at you. True politician.
The diplomatic answer.
Exactly, gets it on. So we are just about set to go, and want to remind you, coming up next, it's the 36th annual Arnold Classic from Columbus, Ohio. We're all excited. The governor is in attendance. So we will turn things over in just a moment to Bob Ciccarello. Stay tuned, folks. It's on. Want to thank our sponsors, KSM, Rogue, Mutant, and of course, Bucked Up.
Not every legend is a myth. Some are flesh and blood.
Here we have Steve Reeves, Mr. America and Mr. World, 1948.
Reg Park is acclaimed the man with the best developed body in the world.
Some legends walk among us. But they aren't born. They're built. Legends are made from iron and sweat, mind and muscle, blood and vision, and victory.
I fear no man.
Legends are champions. They grow. They win. They conquer. There's a legend behind every legacy.
At this time, please stand for the singing of the national anthem performed by Dr. Yvette Diva Williams.
Agora foi, boa noite galera, tamo de volta agora no horário correto. Vamos começar com o show na Doutor Yvette Diva. Qual o prazinho, tamo aí pra grande final do Arnold Classic Ohio 2024. Eu abri a live cedo demais, pensava que era 8 horas, mas na verdade era 9, então agora vai começar de verdade. E aí, Binho, seja bem-vindo, voltamos, mano, tamo de volta. Ah, não já tinha dito, Ramon já tomou supapo ontem. É, infelizmente, né? O Rony Borba tinha perguntado se ele já tinha subido. E a Ana deu um tapa na cara da realidade. Fabrizi já subiu? Ele vai subir agora na Bikini, mano. Bora curtir uma ópera aqui. Galera, agradecer a todo mundo que contribuiu com a live, os Pix pelo e-mail, Pix lá na meta. Muito obrigado aí. Hoje não tivemos colaborações, mas ontem a galera ajudou com quem pôde. Então tamo junto, rapaziada, é nóis. Hoje é o último dia, grande final. Todo mundo ansioso aí pra ver quem vai levar esse título pra casa. Galera da Twitch, beleza, galera da Twitch, é nóis. E rapaziada do Telegram, como é que estamos? Vai divulgando pra geral, hein. Eita, que o Telegram bugou aqui. Vai divulgando pra geral, hein. A mulher tá animada com o show de ópera. Vou botar pra vocês escutarem aqui. Agora, vai começar agora, Smash. É isso, que é isso? Gritaria é essa? Aí o homem, rapaziada. Agora começou, rapaziada. Agora começou.
Right here on this stage, history in the making. Once again, Ariel Kadar making it 3 in a row. We had a brand new champion, Francielle Mattos, taking that title for wellness. And a big upset in the classic as Wesley Vissers took it all over the much favored Ramon Dino. And a great night of competition right here.
Falando do Ramon Dino aí.
Folks, we want to welcome everybody here and around the world joining us by our free web streaming.
Quando assiste minha live, lembra do Itinho no início? Ele fazia live também. Não sei se isso é bom ou ruim, lembrar do Itinho, mano. Pegou logo, tô. É o brabo, hein? Qual é o nome dele, hein? O Mauro apareceu. Boa noite, Mauro. Seja bem-vindo de volta, meu parceiro.
And we'll find out who takes home that much coveted bronze Arnold statue with the big boys taking the stage in just a bit. To start off tonight, none of this would be possible.
Rapaziadinha, falta 11 inscritos pra gente chegar na marca de 200 inscritos aqui no novo canal no YouTube. Então quem não é inscrito ainda, se inscreve aí, beleza, rapaziada? Só 11, bora fechar essa livezinha aí atingindo 200 nesse novo canal, galera. Recomeçando mais uma vez, depois de perder diversos canais na live do Olímpia. Estamos de volta aí e nunca paramos. Aí, ó, o Vinho é das antigas, hein, Vinho? Lembra de que eu tinha prova na faculdade e fui fazer. E voltou logo pra acompanhar o Olímpia. Isso aí foi no Olímpia do ano retrasado, né, mano? Fez o ano em novembro. E foi resenha. Eu postei no Telegram a foto lá na aula. Esperando a prova, né? Postar a foto. Teve um monte de comentário, a galera toda engajando, mano. Foi resenha. E ainda ali eu me bati, viu, pra passar. Era de matemática pra DM, né? E eu nem precisava fazer, que eu já tinha feito cálculo 1. Quando eu tava no outro curso e larguei. E eu ia evitar um transtorno danado, porque deu trabalho aquela matéria. Tamo junto, meu parceiro Binho. É nóis, mano. Aquele dia foi resenha, velho. Vou botar pro homem falar aí, o Arnold.
The Arnold Classic, of course, brought to you by Mutant, and the live stream, of course, brought to you by Bucked Up. All right, Governor, before we let you go, and you've got a lot of people that want to interview you and talk to you, and you have awards to pass out, what have you seen in the sport, the progression of the sport, over the last 5 or 10 years?
I think that the important thing is that we've seen that the federation has changed their attitude about the importance of posing. And so I think that they're now putting more weight on posing, which means that the bodybuilders have to train and practice the posing. Therefore, the display is much better. It's much more entertaining. The people are much more into it. You can see the audience's reaction. They're applauding much more when they see those extraordinary poses that they're doing. I think they've also taken it seriously to do the vacuum, not just to do the abs, but to do the vacuum and to show that also. So I think that overall they have improved. Bodybuilding has improved in the last 10 years.
Mano, foi em 2022. É isso mesmo. Tava olhando aqui, eu postei. Cheguei na faculdade, mas a live tá rolando. 23 horas, tô de volta. Teve 770 respostas no Telegram, mano. Depois falando que eu cheguei em casa, teve 400, mano. Resenha demais, velho. Tempos bons, rapaziada. O Olímpia é sempre muito bom, velho. Agora o Olímpia cansa, porque o Olímpia demora muito, velho. O Arnold é coisa rápida, né? Nesse mesmo ano teve resenha aí que o Olímpia com a Open 4 horas da manhã. Eu live o dia todo, já tava cochilando aqui. E a galera só zoando no chat, pô. Perdeu alguma coisa? Perdeu nada, Arthur. Acabou de começar. Na verdade, estão esperando começar, né? Acho que vai começar em 5 minutos, rapaziada. Aquele Olímpia. A live evoluiu tanto, aquele Olímpia pra cá, velho. Mas aquele Olímpia ali foi esforço, pô. Meu quarto aqui virou outra coisa. Eu postei a foto na época. É a foto que tem lá no meu Insta. Esse ano o design ficou mais bonito, mas ficou fora da linha que eu queria. Eu queria tipo uma pegada tipo transmissão mesmo, né? Aqui tá tipo um live mesmo, né? Mas tá bonito. Mas você vai fazer a parada no estúdio, pá. Deixa eu botar o cara falando. É final da Open. Ih, cara, é final de tudo hoje, mano. Open, Men's e Bikini. É o que falta, né? Galera que tá na Twitch, sejam muito bem-vindos. Lembra que tu tava tomando os Danone? Não, tá doido, né? Eu divulgava aqui, né? É parceria, mas não tomava nada não. Nunca tomei nada. Sempre deixei claro que minha recomendação era não tomar pra galera, né? Agora, o Olímpia do ano passado foi bom. Só que o ruim dele é aquele que me quebrou as pernas, pô. Perdi todos os meus canais. Tinha um dinheiro de monetização do YouTube pra sacar preso. Prendeu mais ainda. Pra se alugar. E o que eu fiquei mais puto do Olímpia é que foi na covardia, pô. Nem tinha feito live no meu canal principal. Eles deram o strike tudo lá. Aí quando me deram o aviso, né, eu postei no Telegram, rapaziada. Se inscreva no meu canal secundário. O outro vai ser excluído. E em um dia pegou 800 inscritos a mais. Galera se inscrevendo. Aí quando derrubou o canal principal, derrubou uns 4, que eu não sei como eles ligaram o canal. Esse foi o nome, e-mail não foi, eu não sei. O cara começou a gritar no palco, hein? Vai rolar já alguma coisa. Aí o Arnold foi pro palco. O Arnold tá bem velho, né, mano? Achei eu botar a voz, esqueci, foi mal.
And to just watch this competition grow. This year we have everything is sold out. We had the most people at the expo. It was wonderful to hand out the trophies today for the...
Ainda teve Itinho, né? Mas Itinho não teve nada a ver, não. O Itinho só foi a pavor. Mas não sabia não que ele era baiano, mano, também. Mas ele foi só pressão. Ele fez eu ter medo de fazer a live, né? Mas foi resenha também a reação da galera.
The whole team of the Arnold Classic that works throughout the whole year with Brian, who you just heard from, who is an extraordinary human being and so smart.
Ele é da onde aqui na Bahia?
I want to say thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to the athletes from all the various different sports that are here today. And I want to say thank you to you, the fans. Because you make it happen. You make this so successful. If we have an empty hall, we have nothing. But because you pack the hall, we have the most successful bodybuilding show in the world.
Gostei do meu entendimento de inglês, eu entendi 70% do que ele falou.
That to have witnessed being number one this year, or this last year, actually, you know, with the TV series with Fuba, then being number one with our documentary called Arnold, and then being number one with our TV spot, being a good neighbor, and being number one with the book, Be Useful, and now having again...
Sabe o nome da cidade, mas ele é baiano, depois eu vou ver onde é, mano. Tô ligado até de feira, né? Tu era um dos caras do bom de feira. É bem naquela cidade da pederastia, mano. Muito grande, né, mano? Já veio a Juazeiro, Bion?
The big boys are going to be starting off here tonight. You saw a great prejudging right here on this stage last night. Not just a two-man race, but you saw some great physiques also up there fighting for the title. All right, the athletes are lined up and ready. The judges seated and in place. Fans here in Columbus, are you ready?
Vocês estão preparados? Aguarde, Sérgio Sacani vai voltar melhor que Fabrício nas finais e vai trazer o título pro acaso do Brasil na Open. Engraçado que teu nome é Fabrício ainda, né, Fabrício? Ah, tem parente petrolino tá em casa, então.
Fair enough, it's the Arnold, right? All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bodybuilding fans of all ages, especially all the sexy people.
Agora vai, rapaziada.
Columbus, are you ready?
Começa com a Open, né, rapaziada? Pra começar com a Open.
All right, that's what I'm talking about, folks. All right, I said we're going to start things big, and we are starting things big. Your first competitor, a perennial top 10 finisher. He was born in Granada, currently residing in Clifton, New Jersey. Please welcome the Beast, Akeem Williams.
Já começou aí com o primeiro atleta, chegou.
Silhouette's wild.
Yeah, that's
Agora é hora, prestações individuais, bora ver como é que vai chegar nossos amigos aí. Rafael Brandão, Rossi, Dauda, Hadi Chopan.
Akeem is very, very impressive, and I have to note that between him and James, I'm not sure which one is the strongest bodybuilder on earth, but I've seen Akeem with some very impressive lifts throughout the years, whether it's squatting or whatever it may be. He's extremely strong.
I get a lot of people to ask me the same question. Their tone is amazing, the definition, the muscle mass is amazing. How would this translate to other sports? Could you put him in an NFL football squad and say, you know, plug that hole or tackle this guy and he would just destroy people?
I don't want to speak for everybody because, you know, certain people
Esse cara, se não me engano, é aquele que tá perto do top 6 ali, né?
But in my experience, anybody that size with that much muscle, it's used for one purpose, and that's bodybuilding.
I just know if I was a football player, I don't want him tackling me. It's not going to end well.
I mean, to make the comparison, it's not really possible because he's carrying much more mass than a defensive lineman might carry.
Aside from the fact there's no way you'd ever find equipment that would fit him.
No.
Standing alone, he looks incredible and massive.
Oh, look at that.
I think he looks better tonight than he did last night.
Yes, he did look better, Even from behind, his double biceps was better than it was last night, so I think he lost a couple of pounds, but it worked in his favor.
From Quebec, Canada, making his Arnold Classic debut. Please welcome Antoine Valiant.
Eu nem lembro o número dos caras ontem, velho. Estreia no Arnold Classic aí do Antônio Velote.
One thing Antoine's known for is his showmanship, so we should be in for a treat here.
Yeah, the music. I mean, the dramatic music and the lighting. You talked about it with Akeem just a second ago. The dramatic, the silhouette was. What a way to start.
Well, I mean, I think that music, if I'm not mistaken, is from Conan.
This music?
Yeah.
Vai ser uma tia sentada desse jeito.
Feel free to make your observations. I just feel almost sacrilegious talking over this.
I would like the fans to enjoy the song and the posing routine.
All right, there you have it.
O músculo desses caras é muito arredondado, né, velho? Tu é doido, tamanho do ombro dele. É aí que a gente começa a comparar o Ramon na Open. Ia dar certo. Olha os venenos que ia ter que aumentar, né? Aqui uma geladeira cheia de água, é sofrer aqui mesmo. O Edilon falando aqui. Tipo, aqui foi anterior, né? Olha a coreografia do mano. Muito bom, muito bom. Isso que a galera fala, né? Pro Ramon ter mais personalidade na coreografia. Falaram também que ele posou muito rápido, né? Por menos 3 segundos em cada pose. Pra pegar bem top 6. Esse aí, né? Ele é bom, né? O Arthur dizendo que ele ficou louco. Não, foi boa. É, o cara tá... Tem personalidade com o homem. Eu acho que dá pro Brandão, mas espero que você não tenha apertado na maldade, né? Eu acredito no top 3 dele, mano. Acredito 100%, velho. Quando ele posou do lado dos outros ali, sem ser o top 2, era só dar a ele, pô. O Brandão já subiu ainda não, já é. Começou agora, mano. Esse é o segundo atleta. Agora o terceiro. Da música de Samson é engraçado, vou até aumentar vocês ouvirem. 2 vezes quinto lugar o Justin. Nobody.
So J-Rod steps out there. Quick question for you guys. Do you watch this when you're backstage, DJ? Would you watch this routine at fellow competitors, or you just
yes, we always look at the watch.
Sit in the green room and watch us go.
Yeah,
Oh,
you hype yourself up doing that.
Quando já subiu ainda não, Arthur. Arthur já respondeu ainda, né?
Anyone want to take a shot at where this music's from?
I know this song.
I don't know
where it's from. Is it?
The Weekend?
The Weekend.
It's The Weekend, but
Yeah.
what movie is it from?
50 Shades of Grey.
Quando The Weeknd, não sei se vocês estão conseguindo ouvir.
I'm telling you. Try to stump him on
O cara ficou bem na frente ali, mano.
Justin looks a little sharper than last night. He's definitely brought better condition, I think, tonight.
I think it helps when you know, the nerves are gone from the day before and you start eating, you eat a little bit and you start filling out. You know, he looks great.
I think a lot of guys in the first day.
Ainda não, João. A ordem vai ser o seguinte, rapaziada. Até repassando pra vocês. Primeiro vai ser a individual, né, da Open. Depois vai ser o final da Bikini. Final da Men's. Comparação da Classic. Ou da Classic não, da Open. Pose down da Open. E campeões. Brandão vai chegar, mas eu tô ansioso já pra ver o Brandão, mano. Eu acho que o número dele é lá pra 6º ou 7º, né, o número dele. Ah, Brasil. Rafael, galera, agora é a vez do Rafa, rapaziada. Bora ver se como é que ele voltou. Um dia de diferença representando o Brasil. Vou aumentar o áudio.
Because all these guys have the same passion for the sport. They all want to get better. And they've seen all the video and photo and they're like, what can I do to be better? And they usually get back in the gym and start.
Do my best Portuguese. It's Rafael Brandão, but we like to call him Rafael. Do you like to slow down?
Everybody's in love today.
I was gonna say, do you
Tá
like
calmo,
the
muita
slow down pace
precisão.
of this, or do you like?
My personal opinion is you pose to your personality and your physique. So you wouldn't see.
Tentarem se elogiando a personalidade.
Yeah, like you would.
This is part of their personality.
You wouldn't. There's a couple things. You don't want to see a mass monster come out.
Impressionante essa pose, né?
Yeah, but he's not staying slow. I think he's going to speed it
Right.
up.
And you also have to think of the audience. Like you're trying to display your artistic side, but you also want the audience to remember your routine. And sometimes I think slower posing songs can wear people out a little bit.
I'm a sucker for some good Alicia Keys, so this is a win-win for me.
You know what's funny is, like I said at the beginning, is you have to do what flows with your physique.
Yeah.
And he's got such a beautiful physique that it almost is working for him.
E aí, galera, o que vocês estão achando?
That like more graceful, slow, moving in transition into his poses.
Brandão tá com muita personalidade, coreografia muito boa. Parabéns ao Brandão, rapaziada. Top 3 dele é hoje, com certeza.
Our own Dennis James said, how much does beauty count? So how much does being handsome count for the men? I mean, is a guy come out, you go, oh my gosh, this guy's handsome. He's like George Clooney bodybuilding. Or is it like, oh my, this guy's a troll. He's like Todd Harrison bodybuilding.
Well, I'm sure if he's super handsome, maybe the judges would look at the face first as opposed to the physique.
I'm going to put Jen on the spot. Who is the most handsome?
Oh.
Wow.
That's a trick question.
But has there been, to Fuad's point, has there been anyone that's come out and it's like...
O Dylan na Twitch tá elogiando aqui as transições de pose dele. Evoluiu muito.
No, I didn't mean on this panel.
Muito bom, mano, a coreografia dele.
I know.
Well, you know, I
Opa,
think
Bruno
Arnold
PPK,
was
seja
very
bem-vindo,
good-looking,
mano.
and I think that was to his advantage. So it does help to have that charming, handsome look. I mean,
Galera do Telegram, quiser que eu leia o comentário, comenta no meu última postagem aí que eu mandei o link. Aí eu leio a opinião de vocês aí sobre o Brandão.
so
I'm just trying to balance it out. I don't want to just look at the beautiful women.
Ainda tem mais, não acabou não.
He's going to have some fun now.
Postura de campeão, Brandão, porra. Vou parar de xingar, rapaziada, foi mal.
He looks great. They're very balanced.
Well done, Rafael.
Muito bom, galera, muito bom de verdade. Muita personalidade de canto. Gostei pra caramba agora da Fazer 1000 vezes que o Ramon, 1000 vezes é pouco. Ramon já subiu, Ramon já foi, Bruno, perdeu ontem, mano. Rapaz, o Brandão foi muito bom, velho. Ele tem que brigar pelo top 2, top 1, mano. Você tá por fora, Brunão? Ontem que teve o Ramon, mano. Ramon perdeu, mano. Perdeu pro cara que foi top 7 do Olímpia. Wesley Vicious. O Jay sorriu. Já dizia Felipe Franco, sorriu, mandioca no bombril. O Jay tava com a cara fechadona. Esse aí que é o balestrino da Shopee, né, que vocês estavam comentando ontem. É, o Wesley tava sinistro, né, rapaziada, mas surpreendeu realmente. E agora o Olímpia vai ser muito incerto, mano. Já pensou, o Wesley chega e ganha o Olímpia, velho? Tem essa possibilidade, galera. Já pensou? Estaremos aqui ao vivo no Olímpia, né?
Just to let you know, coming up next will be the defending champion, Samson Dauda.
I would like to see him hold his poses a little bit longer to give the fans a little bit more to see.
Rushing?
He's transitioning slow, but he's holding the poses not long enough.
yeah, I think when you hold the pose, it really draws you to that position with the eyes.
O Brandão tá gigante. Sempre, né, mano?
I think he's moving to the beat of the music, so he's trying to pop, he's trying to get through with the beat, right?
Na vez que o Ramon, ele resolve mudar o padrão da categoria. Verdade, na vez do Ramon eles mudam, é foda, né? Já sabe que de Olímpia, mano, se não me engano é setembro ou novembro, mas já tem data, pô, deixa eu ver. Vai ser em outubro, 10 e 13 de outubro.
Is your reigning, defending Arnold Classic champion, born in Nigeria, residing in the United Kingdom. Please welcome Samson
Olha, Samson Dauda, candidato a título hoje, bora ver como é que ele vai estar. Falou merda agora? Eu? Qual merda? Atual campeão, Samson Dauda. Arnold já tá lá.
It's a good sign for the governor to be front and center, getting his selfie in.
This is my music again.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Achou ele maior nas prévias? Quem, Luiz? Gigantesco, né, mano? O Dauda não tem jeito. Acho que o Dauda leva, acho que o Hadi Chopan vai ganhar, mano. Por ontem, né?
DG, do you see much change from yesterday?
It looks the same to me.
Yeah.
It looks just as good as he did last night.
Rapaz, os Open então de parabéns. Os caras. Tem muito cara que pousa muito bem, velho. Na Classic tem menos caras que pousam bem. Coreografia muito boa.
I love when they use very dramatic music. You feel it in your soul.
Mano, faz a trilha perfeita, a batida perfeita, mano. Caraca, eu nunca tinha reparado isso, né? A panturrilha dele é encurtada, velho. A minha também é, mano. Ele consegue passar esse batido, né? Ia ser bom esse confronto do top 3, hein, Luiz? Ia render comparação a noite toda. Mas provavelmente ele só separa o top 1. A galera vibrou pra caramba aí. Eu também acho, Arthur.
Yeah, he definitely looks more full. That back shots are a little bit better for him. I don't think he's drier, but the muscles definitely have a different pop to them tonight.
Será que o Rossi vai vir melhor na finais? Mano, infelizmente o Rossi tava ali no último, penúltimo lugar. Difícil se recuperar, mano. Mas tomara que ele consiga ali pelo menos no top 7, top 8. Isso a gente só vai saber no outro dia, né? Quando sair as fichas. Já tá perto dele, né? É, ó, Hadi Chopan, rapaziada. Hadi Chopan. Bora ver como é que ele veio. E o Dauda representou, bora ver ele, velho.
Pumped to get out there as usual. So good after the Olympia, but it's phenomenal.
E quem leva será, rapaziada? Arnold só fica ali gravando.
He looks bigger and harder to me than last night.
Rapaz, eu acho que...
Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, he looks great.
Like that.
So much detail.
Serratus and quad.
Bora vendo os confrontos, né? Porque talvez eu mude minha opinião, viu?
Tremendous ab control.
Yeah.
Even when he transitions, he keeps his waist in check. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you never see it come out.
Acho que já tá chegando o Rossi, hein? Hadi é muito brocado. Hadi é surreal. Tem a altura de 212 e consegue ser tamanho de open pesado. O Jai falou que sinceramente ele tá muito feio. Ainda bem que não é julgado a aparência, né? Acho que o Rossi tá chegando, rapaziada. Já teve bastantes apresentações. Não vai ter confrontos agora não da Open, viu? Vai ter Bikini mês antes. Lembrando que a Bikini aí, nossa brasileira tá disputando, tá? Tu falou sério, aí eu já não sei. Eu falei tanta coisa que eu não sei do que tu falou sério, tá ligado? Ah, que não vai ter confronto agora, né? Vai ser por último os confrontos. Vai ter primeira Bikini mês, depois volta a Open.
Condition's still very good from last night. Everything's extremely full. He's peaked properly for this show, that's for sure.
Seja bem-vindo todo mundo que tá chegando aí no canal agora, rapaziada. Estamos quantos inscritos? Falta 6 inscritos pra gente bater 200 inscritos, rapaziada. Estamos recomeçando esse canal aqui novamente. Beleza? Então eu peço aí 6 pessoas só, galera. Vamos bater agora essa meta 200 inscritos. 200 inscritos em 2 dias aí nesse recomeço. Então agradeço demais a vocês. Nem divulguei, só abri a live e mandei o link da live. Não pedi pra ninguém se inscrever nesse canal. Então tamo junto aí, todo mundo se inscreveu. Eu vi quem vai se inscrever agora também. Vamos bater essa meta e é vapo, rapaziada. 100 pessoas no YouTube, 30 na Twitch e 100 pessoas no Telegram. Tamo junto, rapaziada. Muito obrigado por estar assistindo aqui comigo. Como sempre, né, mano? Eu saio aqui pra não duplicar. O Romulo falou que o Ramon é piada mundial. Que é isso, Romulo? Que é isso? Pega pesado não, mano. Esse James é a carinha do Pacho. Rapaz, vocês acham todo mundo parecido com alguém, né, velho? Não tem jeito. Pacho do Antigo Testamento. Aí o Luiz Carlos falou, piada também, né? Aí o João Vitor falou, acho que foi pro cara que comentou isso, né? Você que é foda, kkk. Aí, quem falou isso foi o Romulo do Telegram, rapaziada. Que a mãe é piada mundial. Vai ser um careca com 150 quilos. É, apesar que ele pra ficar careca de volta é rapidinho, né?
Good job.
A perna dele é parecida com a do Ross.
Yes, I think so.
Perna parece que é inchada, né?
Your next competitor, one of the great newcomers to the IFB Professional League, making his Arnold Classic debut here tonight. From Brazil, please welcome
Olha, Marcelo Rossi, rapaziada. Marcelo Rossi agora.
Marcelo came in last night a little bit off from where he wanted to be, so we're going to see tonight if he's able to tighten it up a little bit.
He is our penultimate competitor, and then it'll be Mohamed Shaban to wrap things up.
Caraca, lançou funk, rapaziada.
Looking at some of the pictures and videos from last night, I think since he moved up from classic, you know, he did put on some weight, but I think he needs to get bigger on the upper body.
Yeah.
He needs more size.
Achei ruim a escolha da música.
I think he looks better than last night. Whether it's enough to change things now, I don't know, but I think he does look better than he did last night.
Mesmo você podia ter escolhido outras músicas brasileiras melhores, mano. Pra rotina de pose.
What does that time frame look like to get their body, if they are very, you know, motivated to get that level of muscle?
There's no time frame. It depends on the person and his genetics, because not everybody can get, you know, up to 300 pounds. You know, some classic physique guys, they're doing classic for a reason. You know, it's not like because
O cara fala demais também, queria ouvir mais a música com a coreografia.
But I'm sure there's a few athletes that would want to go in the open if they would be able to put that weight on. Yeah, he needs about 10, 15 pounds. And then, because he's got great legs. I mean, his legs is awesome. He needs his upper body. It might not even be that much. Even 5 pounds of quality muscle is a lot of weight.
Eu podia botar duas músicas, pelo menos. Porque tipo, não é a música pra ir no ritmo da música, mano. Porque teve uma apresentação muito boa hoje, né? Esse cara falou que o Ross acabou 10 lasanhas.
Well, like we said in the past, guys with big legs always weigh more because the muscle is so large.
A trapézia do Ross é muito gigante, né, mano?
Make weight for long.
O Binho falou que tá embaçado confiar nos árbitros e disse que o Arnold gosta do Dauda e acho que pode ganhar. E o Ross, vocês acharam o que aí, mano? Ramon deu mole na preparação. Tempo curto, mas estava melhor que o Wesley. É, né? O que vocês acharam do Ross aí, rapaziada? Não mostra o Lebeck, é errado ele não tá, né? Se tem pouco, não tem que mostrar mesmo, né? A Ana falou que o Rossi melhorou. O Bill disse que esse ano o Rossi chega não falta por costas, não entende nada. A Ana falou que o Rossi melhorou e ontem não tava bem. Kaique disse que achou fraco o condicionamento. Quero ver lado a lado, mano, que o cara sozinho, sei lá. Eu acho que nem conta, né? Os caras nem avaliam o físico na coreografia. O Mário falou que achou o Rossi melhor que ontem. Secou mais, mas só de frente. As costas tá uma massa lisa. É, infelizmente, desde ontem. Até na segunda line. Eu que não tenho entendimento especializado. Pra mim tava muito nítido quanto as costas dele tava fraca, mano. Comparado com a galera. Luiz falou que o condicionamento tá ruim. Bill falou que falta as costas. É o que eu tô falando. E é muito nítido, né, mano? Vou aumentar o áudio, Matheus. O Manel falou que o Austin deu uma melhorada.
It's hard to pick him apart, right? Because he looks great standing by himself, but I think overall he can just be a little bit bigger in the arms. And he looks great, but so does all everybody else. So it's hard, you know. Can he maybe control the midsection?
Já saiu o resultado da Men's? Ainda não, Ana, ainda não. Vai sair logo na sequência aí, vai ter Bikini Men's, beleza? É isso mesmo, Arthur. Falta músculo nas costas, não tem jeito. Acho que acabou, né? Já tem mais um.
Thank you, Bob. It is now for a TV timeout for commercials.
Well, Arnold Classic brought to you by...
Agora vai começar a bikinizinha, né? Bikinizinha. A Angélica tá muito bem. Deixa eu conferir alguma coisa. A Angélica Teixeira tava ali disputando top 2, top 3, beleza, rapaziada? Então é Brasil com mais uma chance. Posse do Rossi Elisa. Infalicement. A Ana falou que queria ver que o Hadi perdesse. Ele ia fazer o papelão de novo. Igual no Olímpia. Não merece ganhar. É pra patente pacas. É, mano. Tudo muito feio do rádio do ano passado. A gente acompanhou aqui ao vivo. Ninguém entendeu nada. Foi ridículo realmente. Por isso eu não tava torcendo pra ele. Mas ontem eu tava achando que ele ia ganhar. Quero ver hoje, porque o Dauda voltou muito bem. Quero que bote lado a lado pra gente dar nossas opiniões aqui. E eu vou dar meu palpite também. Hoje eu vou dar meu palpite do top 3, viu, rapaziada? Às vezes eu me saio, mas hoje eu vou dar meu palpite, mano. Eu acho que eu vou acertar, viu? E vou dar da Men's também. Bora esperar a Men's aí. Também tô torcendo pro Dauda, mano. Briga boa demais, hein? Ontem tava na dúvida, mas tava achando que o Hadi ia levar. Hoje eu quero ver, mano. Falaram aqui também que o Arnold decide muito pelas prévias, né? Falaram isso no caso do Ramon. Mas os caras inventam muita coisa aí pra justificar. Agora vai, rapaziada. Aumentar o áudio aqui, né?
We're going to see that play out here tonight with the confirmation round. Let's introduce our ladies, starting with your first competitor. Please welcome to the stage, Amanda Marquez Pereira.
Já começou com a nossa brasileira Amanda, rapaziada.
I thought Amanda had a really good looking physique, very athletic, good conditioning.
Tá muito fina, tu é doido.
During prejudging, I could see that perhaps being her pro debut, some of the nerves were getting to her with having a little shaky routine, shaking in the poses. And that comes with practice, comes with confidence and being, I mean, this is the Arnold stage, so it's intense.
Right.
It's a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves.
Now, a lot of this is to accentuate, and I'll get to my point in just a moment.
Number 2, Ellie Fernandez.
Are there
Agora uma coisa,
mandatory poses
Fernandes.
that the judges have to see, or can you have some creativity out there?
There are mandatory poses. You have a front pose and you have a back pose. And what we have in between is what they call a transition pose, and that can get tricky because that's where you want to try to, you know, if you have some kind of flaws, you maybe don't want to spend so much time on that transition, and you want to right away hit that front to the back pose and get in there. So the more time the judges have their eyes on you, the more time they can look for the flaws.
Thank you, Ellie. Please
Ellie
welcome
always
your
brings
next
a great
competitor,
level of
Tamika
conditioning.
Carter.
A expectativa aí da Angélica, né? Pra ver como é que ela volta aí pra final. Torcer pra ela conseguir um top 2, top 3 aí. E sabe o top 1, né? Ela ficou ali no meio, pro canto, pá. Ninguém tava dando nada. Fugiu lá no meio. Tá voltando a competir agora.
A good amount of muscle. Almost not sure if it's too much muscle, walking that fine line there. But she definitely wears it well.
Very tall, very slender.
very graceful in her posing and her transitions.
Thank you, Tamika. Please welcome competitor 4, Vanya August.
She'll be one to watch.
Muitas estreantes aqui no Arnold, né?
In prejudging today, she has great shape.
Yeah.
Good level of conditioning.
Do you see some of these athletes and go, maybe not this year, but down the road, I can see them winning? Would you put her in that category?
She definitely has the potential. She has lots of shape on her muscle. One thing that you have to be careful of with bikini is not going overboard with the amount of muscle that you put on. Then you're stepping out into wellness division.
Thank you, Vanya. Please welcome your next competitor, Otavia Mazza.
Mais uma competidora.
An athlete from Italy. I actually had the opportunity to talk to her after prejudging, and she was just so honored to be here. This is her pro debut, and she was telling me the amount of pressure she felt competing on this stage.
Travel all the way from Naples, Italy to be here.
Good shape here.
Thank you, Otavia. Please welcome competitor number 6, Amy Delgado.
Now this is one of your favorites.
She is definitely top 2.
Já deve estar acabando as atletas, né? Não são
Very
tantas
full
atletas.
muscles, athletic look. I think she has the perfect level of conditioning for bikini.
Muito bonito o
Not
shape
too
dessa
tight,
mulher.
not too soft. And she has a great amount of underlying muscle to show the shape that bikini represents. Nice balance from the shoulders to the glutes and legs.
Let's not forget, this is her Bikini International debut.
And she had one heck of a year last year with a handful of pro wins. I could see her really making a run for it tonight. So much confidence on stage.
Thank you, Amy. Please welcome from the United Kingdom, Phoebe Hagen.
Essa daí tem torcida, hein? Tu é doido.
I just want to
Gritaram
point out
muito.
that these ladies, they make it look so easy out there, but they train incredibly hard. They put a lot of work. There's a lot of discipline in their preparation for the show. Phoebe's another taller physique structure. She has a good amount of muscle and wears it well. I think I'd like to see her a tad bit tighter in the back. She has great broad shoulders, but they may be a little out of balance with the overall flow of her body.
Competitor number 8, Rhoda Alley.
Rapaz, tem atleta, já tem 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Rhoda also making the debut, coming from Vancouver.
E a Amanda não entra, mano. Amanda não, a Angela.
Another Canadian. Bikini is a division that you definitely want to see the girls coming out with a lot of fun, sass, confidence, even a little sexy face. There's so many things you can play with it and have fun, and really kind of, it's important to show your personality through your posing and the girls will add a little shoulder shake or just a certain kind of look maybe that is their signature, you know, signature look in their pose to make it theirs.
Thank you, Rhoda. Please welcome your next competitor, Ivana Eskandar.
So Ivana is a little shorter than some of the competitors we've just seen. How much time, Janet, do you spend on the posing as opposed to actual working out?
Posing is crucial to your overall stage presence. It can really make or break you. At this level, everyone looks so good. You have to be able to pose and kind of separate yourself with the posing. And you want to, everyone has flaws, so you're going to want to try to manipulate and show your best, you know, face of the physique, trying to hide the flaws with little twists and turns and maybe knee flexes. But for me, I always say maybe 10-15 minutes a day, because anything over that would just be too much and you can't come up with anything new. But
thank you, Ivana.
A little bit every day is
Please
big
welcome
progress.
back to the stage, Angelica Teixeira.
Agora a Angélica Teixeira, bastante torcida aí. Já ganhou 2 Arnold de 2017 e 2018.
Champion and Olympia champion. And now a mom of 2. Coming back from a couple years break.
A mulher falou, agora a mãe voltou aos palcos.
Incredible, and to be a mom and coming out here showing that you can do and become anything that you dream of is a huge step.
Impressionante, ela já mãe veio com um shape desse.
Because she was the winner in 2018.
I did.
I'm just saying. 2-time champion, and this Janet girl comes along and ruins the show.
Every champion is beatable.
Yeah.
You've got to be on.
Thank you, Angelica.
And here we go.
Your final competitor is your reigning, defending Arnold Classic Bikini champion, Loralee Chapados.
Looking for the three-peat.
Atual campeã, né? Bicampeã.
One thing Loralee does very well, as you can see here, she commands the attention from the audience through her stage presence. And that is why a champion has spent so much time working on their posing, every little step and turn.
You know, earlier I asked you about, you see someone that looks good right now, but maybe it's not their time down the line. When you won in 2019, you know where she finished?
Oh,
6th.
Oh, wow.
6th. And here she is now looking for the
her
three-peat.
physique has improved so much from the Olympia. She's even tighter and has a nice flow from top to bottom. The matter is, are her glutes too?
O glúteo dela é realmente diferenciado comparado com as outras. Não é à toa que é bicampeã, né, mano?
Boom. No. Dennis, you're going full sign off on this. You're good.
I'm signing off.
Everything's good.
No, she's good. She's great.
Your defending champion, Loralee Chapados.
Amy is really close. It's literally, you know, you can flip a coin and it would be okay.
All right, now put a big hand, folks, for your lineup here at the Bikini International.
You really could argue for
Foi a
either
última,
way.
eu acho.
All right, for those that were at the expo
já
earlier
foi.
this afternoon, you saw these ladies in the prejudging round. Tonight, the confirmation round of scoring. One last chance for our judges to get a look at our competitors. And with that, we'll send it down to the judging panel. And please welcome your head judge, Miss Sandy Williamson.
Thank you, Bob.
Open teve apresentação individual, aí mais tarde vai ser o geral.
Number 3, Tamikia. Number 5, Batavia.
O cara ficou no meio do palco do nada ali.
Number 8, Rhoda.
E boa, Nantes, daqui a pouco tem mais, mano. Daqui a pouco tem mais.
Is this your back half, Janet?
Yes.
Cadê
We
a
have about 5 ladies up
a
here.
Angélica? Tá ali no meio, né?
Likely the last 6.
Ah, é a segunda line, né? A Amanda ficou no meio da segunda line, muito bom. Mas já tiraram ela do meio, só eu falar.
8 and 3 switch. And then 8 and 5 switch.
Individually, everyone looks so good, but
Right next to each
in
other.
comparison, you really get the idea of, okay,
Ah, foi
someone's
pro meio, hein? Saiu da ponta pro meio.
you know,
Okay,
thighs,
ladies, let's
legs,
do 180.
shape,
Face that back wall.
conditioning.
Ainda bem que a Mandinha saiu ali das últimas posições, né?
Now walk halfway back, hold them when you get there.
And this is when you're walking to the back, you want to be taking your time, going very slow.
Aí o Luiz Ricardo tá de volta, mano.
Tight.
Pegou na hora certa. Tá tendo aí a confrontos da Bikini, mano. Amanda Marques ali na meio esquerda. Esse é a segunda line. Segundo, mas não teve o primeiro ainda. Chamou o primeiro e o segundo. É, terminou assim. Agora é a hora da verdade. Será que a Angélica vai ficar ali no meio?
10, Angelica.
Aí chama a Angélica. Angélica.
Angelica and Phoebe switch.
Já trocou a Angélica. Angélica no meio, disputando o título, rapaziada. Ah, não. Acho que é disputa top 3, viu? Acho que separou a primeira e a segunda. Disputa top 3 aí, rapaziada. Pelo meu entendimento, que a atual campeã não tá aí, mano. Tomara que a Angélica fica com top 3, né, mano? Ela que virou mãe, velho.
I think Angelica got even better from tonight, especially with the posing.
Acho que ela leva esse top 3. Eu não entendo muito de Bikini.
See a little bit of nerves.
Não entendo de nada de Bikini mais ainda.
And I need Lorelai and Amy.
Here we go.
Agora é a disputa do top 1, rapaziada. Deixou o confronto direto. O Arnold gosta de fazer isso, né, mano? Confronto direto aí da top 1.
You and the other person, and I've been in this predicament, and it is so nerve-wracking.
Let's do 180, face that back wall.
Da esquerda é muito mais alta.
Think about Amy in her debut going up against the two-time reigning
Walk
defending
halfway back and
champion.
hold them when you get there.
Rapaz, acho que esse daí pode perder o trono, viu? Da esquerda.
Slight bit cleaner sweep underneath the glutes.
Dá atenção. Pensei que você quer ver homens.
Amy, to me, is very full.
A panturrilha dessa da direita é muito mais marcada.
And that's important for having shape for bikini. I think both their conditioning is spot on.
É, definitivamente eu acho que a da direita vai ganhar, mano. Essa da esquerda é bicampeã e acho que ela vai perder, mano.
Flip a coin kind of situation.
A direita tá mais marcada as pernas dela, muito, velho.
And face forward.
I couldn't judge it.
They both do an incredible job for holding their stage presence and just really owning their poses. They know
Quais os critérios dessa categoria?
where, how,
Não
when
sei.
to pose.
That concludes our confirmation round. Bob, back to you.
Cada um pra um lado, ficou bom. Parabéns, rapaziada. Mens é Brasil no topo. É Brasil no topo e no coração, mano. Mas não sei, realmente não sei. Se quiser sim, mano. Se quiser sim. Vou dar meu palpite. Eu vou cravar, mano. Eu vou cravar aqui. Eu vou cravar. Escuta o que eu tô dizendo. Eu vou cravar o top 5 aqui da Men's Physique. Deixa só os caras entrar no palco. Eu vou cravar, mano. Top 5. Vocês vão ver. Se eu não cravar, acerta pelo menos 4, mano. Quer dizer, não tem como acertar 4, né, velho? Porque se inverter a posição, o quinto ficar em quarto, já é menos 2. Nesse top 3 eu acerto, certeza. Albert Einstein? Como assim vai ter Einstein? Do nada. Ah, caso da conta? Dá pra dar errado se tipo o sexto ficar em quinto e o que eu botar em quinto ficar em nada, tá ligado? Qual categoria agora? Agora é a Men's Physique, mano. Men's Physique. Divulguei pra todo mundo estar na expectativa. Vou como é que tá aqui a galera do Telegram. Se tá tudo bem, todo mundo suave. Live tá fluindo. Tamo junto, rapaziada. Agora vai. Aumentar o áudio, né?
Your first competitor, Kyron Holden.
Eu sou pelo Howden.
Kyron out of Las Vegas, Nevada, placed third back in 2019.
Terceiro lugar em 2019 aí.
Yeah, these guys have really crazy physiques. I mean, to see somebody put on that kind of mass in the shoulders, chest, back, but still maintain such a tiny waist is extremely impressive.
So how do you do that?
Well, I mean, these guys train their abs regularly. It's also digestion is a big
Bom,
deal.
mas não o suficiente, né?
Overeating and really stretching out
Ele
the
tá
stomach.
disputando top 4 nesse cara aí.
Practicing your vacuums.
Pra mim, sou mais Brasil, mano.
Part of what goes into it. I also
Men's é bem mais rápido a apresentação, né?
I also don't know. I probably defer to Dennis.
Agora o
on this one.
Morris.
A lot of people say the heavy training is what can start to expand the stomach
Oi,
and build
Morris.
the muscle in the wrong areas.
Estreia no
I'm not
Arnold
sure really
Classic.
how the men's physique guys train, but I'm not sure
É esse cara aí que era o gigante, né, mano? Olha o tamanho do ombro do peito superior do peito do cara, velho.
They focus on quads too much, so now with the new rules, maybe, but
E as pernas?
really see. I mean, Jeremy Bundia comes to mind, who trains legs just as hard as anybody, and therefore has great legs.
Diogo Montenegro no palco, rapaziada. Agora vai. Segundo lugar o ano passado, terceiro lugar 2022. Pela ordem, hoje é primeiro, hein, rapaziada.
I wonder sometimes also when I see guys with this kind of physique. I mean, his legs might not be completely up to par with his shoulders, but why wouldn't this gentleman do classic? Because he looks very complete. But do you remember yesterday, I think, Todd, you asked me, can your shoulders be too wide?
Yeah.
This is a good example.
Yeah,
I don't know what he looks like in a pair of trunks. He's wearing shorts.
Tudo bom,
His
rapaziada.
shoulders are so wide across.
I think if for classic, I think he would need more legs.
É, e vocês acham que ele voltou melhor que de manhã?
Of those shoulders, that might make his legs just look too small, even though they're not.
Thank you, Diogo.
O abdômen dele veio melhorzinho, velho. A Ana falou que, como diria os gays que ela anda, quem gosta de homem é homem. 10 mulheres bonitas no palco, os caras sedentos pelo boy suado. As mulheres bonitas, seminuas e todo mundo querendo ver os homens seminuos. Agora no palco, André Mus. Rapaz, tanto de cara gigante na mente, tu é doido, dá certo nisso aí, viu? Eu também dá perna desse bicho, esse daí podia ir pra classe. Aquele outro não vai pra classe, que eu tenho certeza por causa da perna dele. Agora esse aí...
Thank you, Andre.
Very good physique.
Your next competitor, please welcome Vitor Chavez.
Vitor Chaves agora, nosso brazuca.
Speaking of judging, Todd, this is
Quarto lugar em 2023.
Well, I mean, I think I can pick out things here and there, but these guys are so great. They all have such great V-tapers. It's not, I don't know, this one isn't easy for me, but it's also not my, it's not my wheelhouse.
I know most of our fans that are watching on the live stream
Muito bom, muito bom.
are pretty knowledgeable of what they see and know, but I have gotten several questions on social media about when you guys are referring to the vacuum.
Okay.
Explain that a little bit in detail if you can.
So the vacuum is referring to the abs and being able to pull the stomach wall in to create
Thank
that.
you, Vitor.
O Chaves muito bom, eu só consigo opinar se botar lado a lado, mano.
Vinicius Mateus Lima.
Vini Matheus agora.
Create that wrapped skin around the rib cage where the stomach caves inwards, and that's creating a vacuum pose.
It's actually an exercise people, I mean, even women will
Mas eu tô mais embaçado, hein?
try to create the
Sei
tiniest
não, hein?
waist.
I believe the ab walls that they train is called TVA. You're training that ab wall to be able to get tighter and tighter and tighter and eventually pull inwards.
As costas deles, meu amigo.
No, because you're not actually working the
Cara, não sei o que ele faz nessas costas dele não, mano, pra ficar assim, velho. Finalmente os homens, hein, Luiz? Quase que você perde.
Just one last thing on that also, because I know somebody in the audience is probably wondering that it has a lot to do with breathing technique as well.
Até preparar o rankzinho enquanto isso.
Please welcome competitor 7, Emmanuel Costa.
Manuel Costa, mais um brazuca aí na área. Manuel meteu o loirinho pivete. Estreia no Arnold Classic, né?
Seems like
Ele sobe a orelha assim, ó.
competitors in men's physique, they are getting bigger, just more muscle, but they still prioritize the conditioning.
Dennis, as I'm watching some of these guys come out, some of them, I know they're all nervous. Some of them have a smile on their face like they're enjoying it.
Mano, eu espero pelo menos o top 6 dele, velho.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm looking at these guys and I watch
Vai ter premiação do top 6, né? A gente vai saber agora. Ah, o Hunter tá aí, né, mano? Terceiro lugar 2023. Eu não tinha reparado que era ele de manhã, mano. Arruma nada hoje, o Hunter, mano.
I wonder if you know this. I was thinking we were talking about beauty and bodybuilding, and we were putting Janet on the spot. But in all seriousness,
Cara é bom, rapaziada.
in physique, their appearance matters facially, and their hair and things like that is something they do look at. Am I right or wrong about that?
Yeah, I think you're right. Even though it's a physique show, but it helps.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
It helps. If you got a good
Please
look,
welcome
Mano.
competitor number 9, Jonas Jimena.
Because when you look at the physique guys, how many physique
Falta algum brasileiro? Não, né? Já foi todo mundo.
Not many.
Well, I mean, because in a bikini show, you're still looking
Jonas Jimena.
like Janet said, eventually, okay, their physiques are very similar. Let's try and set them apart. Their hair, their makeup, these things all matter. So I wonder with the guys, I always thought in men's physique, the appearance and the hair and all that mattered.
É, galera, tá acabando os meses, hein? Eu acho que depois daí já vai premiar, viu? Aí premia eles, depois volta com só com o Open, mano. Vai ser isso mesmo. Almorori. Saudade, Almorori.
I remember that because one of my first shows that I promoted.
Ó, é gringo, ó o gringo aí. Hello, two fans for Hadi Chopan.
Very, very lightly muscled.
É.
Like a men's health.
Hello, fans Hadi.
And now we've gotten to,
É, meu inglês é.
very heavily muscled.
Já falei melhor inglês, perdi a prática. Eu já nunca falei direito, né? Mas perdi a prática. Pra meu biquíni ainda não, mas premiado de vez, mano. Saudades das lives quando os turcos aí, fã do Fabinho Buquer, o nome do cara. Dominou aqui, mano. Eu nem lembro que era que tava competindo contra ele. Ah, nem tinha mens brasileira. Era o Bruno. E aí os gringos turcos aí dominou o chat. Só era torcida do Fabinho, mano, acompanhando. E a live tava com mais de 5 mil pessoas. Era só os gringos falando no chat.
Thank you, Mamu. And your final competitor, please welcome Ismael Martinez Dominguez.
Tô ouvindo um barulho assim, tipo, batendo no microfone, mas não é o meu não, viu? Da produção do Arnold. Cara, tô deixando o microfone aberto aí.
much can you do?
Well, that's what they practice for. I mean, you got to be able to stand there and just
Esse cara é boa.
without getting tired. That's your job. That's as a professional athlete. That's all you need to do. You got to be able to stand there for at least 10-15 minutes without fading.
Knowing that you're probably going to get a call out and have to step back up into the center stage.
Well, what I was told when I started bodybuilding was, imagine the judges are always watching you. So if you're standing off to the side and you're letting your stomach hang out and you slouch your shoulders, you may not be being looked at, but if you are, it's not going to help when the call-outs come along.
And standing on stage under those lights can get really hot for that long.
Ah, não vou mutar esse microfone não, mano. Tá toda hora mexendo. Não sei se vocês conseguem escutar.
Ismail brings the men's physique to a
Thank
conclusion.
you, Ismail.
É a última, né? Acho que é a última. Agora é confronto. Agora eu vou acertar os 5 primeiros colocados, rapaziada. Bora ver como é que vai ser o confronto que eu vou cravar os 5 primeiros colocados.
Thank you, Bob. In numerical order, competitor 2, Corey. 4, Andreas. 7, Emmanuel.
Segunda line aí, provavelmente.
9, Johannes. 10, Mamu. And 11, Ismail.
Mano, o Hunter foi pras baixas, né? Ficou lá na segunda line. Feliz pelo Emanuel Costa ali, que tá mais ou menos no meio, né? Separou o top 4, rapaziada. Então agora eu tenho que acertar quem vai ser o top 5, mano. Mano,
The other Emmanuel. Emmanuel Costa.
é, Emanuel Costa já foi fora do top 6.
So much muscle, but right away with this division, the first thing you see and notice is the V taper of the waist from the shoulders.
Yeah, and the tight set of abs. That's the most.
Agora vem nas costas agora.
Automatically, first thing that your eyes are attracted to the abs. Some great V tapers there. All of them.
Second from the right is a big spot.
Aí que tá difícil de arrumar alguma coisa, shots. Sendo que faltou só ele e o Edvan pra ficar só top 5 do BR. Tô com medo de errar esse top 5, mano. Galera, a minha opinião é que o cara que tava no meio direita, ele vai surpreender e vai ser o top 5, mano. Esse que foi pra direita aqui, o mais alto, o negão mais alto, mano. Eu acho que ele vai ficar o top 6, top 5, mano. E aí o Emanuel top 6, o Emanuel Hunter e o nosso Emanuel top 7. Agora bora ver o top 4, mano.
I expect the Era Lima from the outside to go in. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Botou o Vini pro meio de novo, hein, rapaziada.
Diego, correct?
Yeah.
I have Diego winning the show.
Yeah, looks great.
Gentlemen, face the curtain.
Yeah, the two in the middle are the most, I mean, in this top here, most complete.
Aí nas costas do Vini já.
Great detail in the back.
What they do, James, also is
Se o Diogo não ganhar pelas costas dele, mano. Achei a mais fraca do line.
tiring back a little bit because his calves are a little bit underdeveloped.
Thank you, gentlemen. Back in line. This concludes our confirmation round. Back to you, Bob.
Mano, tá difícil, hein? Mas eu falei que ia dar minha opinião, não vou me esconder, rapaziada. Eu acho, por questão de burocrática e tudo, o Diogo vai ser top 1, mano. O Vini top 2, o Vitor top 3 e o Gringo top 4, mano. Beleza? Esse é a minha opinião, mano. Queria ver mais, mas foi muito rápido. Aí vai começar a premiar já, rapaziada. É rapidão, mano. Já divulga pra geral aí. Primeira Bikini, provavelmente, né? Burocracia acabou ontem na clássica. Mano, rapaz, o Vini é muito perigoso ele ganhar, mano. É muita chance dele ganhar. Porque o Diogo tá fraco de costas comparado com os caras, mano. É, a do Vini é a melhor. Eles botaram o Vini pro meio sem ver as costas ainda. Mas vendo o contexto geral, eu boto no Diogo, mano. Mas acho que tem muita chance do Vini, velho. Bora ver se eu vou acertar. É isso mesmo, Luiz. Tá melhor de costas e de frente tá bem. Homenagem do Arnold aí pra alguém.
Democrats and Republicans alike. He was, really extraordinary human being. We loved him, and like I said, we will never forget him. Thank you. And now, I would like to have a video played because our Lifetime Achievement Award recipient this year is going to be Jay Cutler.
Aí chamou Jay Cutler aí pra alguma coisa.
Jay Cutler won the Arnold Classic 3
Jogo segundo, será, João Vitor? O Shots Famoso falou que não seria a primeira vez que o Vini passa da expectativa. Acho que ele é o top 1 Sum, sim. Diego top 2 e Chave top 3. Luiz falou que o Vini tava subindo muito pesado nos outros campeonatos. Teve que diminuir o peso por causa que agora tem um limite e subiu bem melhor. Verdade, mano. João Vitor falou que o Diogo em segundo pela adoção muito inferior. Olha o vídeo do Jake Cutler. Sabe porque eu acho que o Diogo vai ganhar também? Além dessa questão de todo contexto, burocracia, hierarquia, eu acho que ele pousa melhor que o Vini, mano. Acho que o Chaves fica em quarto? Eu não acho, Luiz. Não acho, não. Acho que ele é o terceiro, mano. Uma homenagem pro... Cara, é muito grande, mano. Parece que ele é muito mais grande que o atual campeão, tá ligado? Derek, Hadi. Nessa imagem melhor nem tanto, né? Agora esses aí.
A lot of anticipation for this man, Jay Cutler from Worcester, Massachusetts, his first time at the Nationals.
And we know we're going to be seeing a lot more of Jay Cutler in the years to come. 2 years.
Pode escolher isso mesmo.
Step on stage at about 2:30. And there he is, Jay.
Shots Famoso falou que o Chaves não pegar top 3 é por marmelada. Verdade, tem muita chance, né, mano? Os caras tão vendo ali 3 brasileiros seguidos, vai tirar a mão. Mas já tiraram do Ramon ontem. Acho que não. Vão ter que aguentar os BR, mano. É, Jay Cutler top 2 aí. Começou o reinado do Ron Coleman.
How do you beat that? I had a battle of greatness to become greater. If I didn't have that mentality, it was impossible. So I skipped the Olympia in 2002, won my first Arnold.
What does it feel like, first time winning the Arnold Classic?
Gosh, this is only something I dreamed of.
2003, I won Arnold again.
Jay Cutler is the Arnold Classic champion for the 3rd year in a row.
Mano, o Arnold, quando ele fez o filme, ele já tem quantos anos, Porque aí ele já tá meio velho e hoje tá bem velhinho.
I said, you know, I'll come back. He came back like a monster that year. It was the best Ronnie we ever seen.
Holy cow. Another surprise.
And in second place,
2003, I placed second again.
Jay Cutler, second place.
2004, second again. 2005, second again to Ronnie Coleman, and I said, this is it.
Second place. Treina.
Like guns blazing and just said, I'm gonna just go pound for pound with this guy.
The ultimate beast, Jay Cutler, ladies and gentlemen.
Then there were 2, Sean.
Ron Coleman.
History will be made tonight. You can bring the Olympia gold medal to the 2006 Mr. Olympia, Jay Cutler.
Foi segundo campeão aí, no caso. Ah, foi campeão, né? Chamaram...
no one in my family lift weights, and here
O cara chamou o primeiro campeão que é o segundo, eu estranhei.
Las Vegas.
Luiz falou que o Jay Cutler nesse ano foi campeão. Tava sinistro, ou tava gigante.
Holy shit, this guy just took his whole life and chased the best bodybuilder on the
Aquela foto do Jay Cutler batendo no pé. Deveria botar ela também, né, mano?
The question was, what's next? What's my legacy? Trying to figure out your identity, right? Being the underdog again, like worse than ever. Like I had never been that much of an underdog when no one predicts me in the top 5, right? Everyone's like, Jay's never gonna come back. But underdog worked better for me. Always.
Bom esse vídeo, né, mano?
Well, with a new hairstyle and what looks to be a new physique, Jay Cutler takes the stage.
Jay Cutler's going to play up his strengths with her. Certainly, he knows his thighs are cut and shredded.
Tem que ter.
probably the most well-known photograph in all of bodybuilding, the foot stomp.
A foto é sensacional, né?
He's done it. Very large, Jay Cutler. Moving around the stage like he owns it.
No one in the history of this contest has ever lost the contest, has lost the title, and come back and reclaimed the Sandow Trophy, and that's what Jay's trying to do. I'm going to ask you to break down the physique of Jay Cutler tonight.
Look at the fullness. He's just kind of nailed it straight around. I mean, wow.
Certainly a surprise to most of the bodybuilding experts, who on paper did not have Jay Cutler in the top 6.
I wouldn't doubt that this is the best Jay Cutler who's ever stepped on stage.
Literally taken me 10 years to understand what that journey was. After losing it and coming back and winning it, being the only guy in history, and then being able to continue to do what I love, and that's, you know, be involved in the arena, I feel like I've achieved what I needed to.
I wanted to be something that no one else was, and where I come from, there's not too many national level bodybuilders, and I just wanted to be something that no one else was.
Muito bonita a homenagem aí pra Jay Cutler, né, mano? Rapaziada, eu acho que vai chamar a Open de volta, tá? Antes da premiação. Ah, não, pela ordem aí já vai premiar mesmo.
owns a company called KSM 66. They are presenting sponsor. And security.
É o Jay Cutler ali? É.
Up here. Anyway, Jay, this is the Lifetime Achievement Award. It actually looks a little different because normally it's a huge ball. It's a huge plate, a ball. And I was told backstage that they broke it. So I don't know what that means, but I mean in any case. So you
É, pra mim foi muito avançado. Esse cara falou que tava torcendo pelo Brandão. Todos nós estamos, né, mano? Bora torcer aí, energia positiva, que daqui a pouco. Vamos, Cebola. Vai ter outro confronto? Primeiro vai premiar a Bikini a Benz, provavelmente. Tem confronto só da Open. O mundo levantou pra bater palmas em pé, mano.
Thank you, guys.
Galera que chegou agora, seja todo mundo bem-vindo. Muito obrigado aí pelos quase 200 inscritos. Falta só um seguidor, então segue nós aí, tamo junto. Agradecer demais aí também todo mundo que contribuiu no Pix, pix@gustafranco.com. Live foi gratuita, mas vocês sabem que sempre eu trago as lives que pagas, ajudando vocês e etc. Mas tamo junto aí, valeu todo mundo que fortaleceu. E é nóis, rapaziada. Quem não pôde, não tinha nada na conta zerada, agradeço a presença, agradeço quem compartilhou. É nóis, rapaziada, bora que vai começar a final. Teve uma linda homenagem agora pro Jay Cutler. Não sei se vocês querem ouvir o discurso dele, mas eu vou deixar um pouquinho agora.
August 3rd, 1991, I joined the gym my 18th birthday. And that was when I actually made the commitment.
Outra legenda tem que fazer a tradução simultânea, mano.
Okay, where I've mentioned this before. Many kids want to be lawyers, doctors, professional athletes. I wanted to be a bodybuilder.
Verdade, mano.
So,
concordo, mano. E vocês?
He was a major inspiration and a stepping point of that. Of course, I looked at Sylvester Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme. You know, I grew up, like they mentioned, Sterling, Massachusetts. Youngest of 7 kids. No one in my family lift weights. My sister's here to witness this tonight, who basically raised me alongside of my parents. So, Kelly, thank you for being here.
Concordo em partes, Liz.
She likes to brag that she changed my diapers.
Eu entendi só que a irmã dele tava aí, que ele nasceu não sei onde.
Okay, my 3 brothers worked extremely hard. My dad, when he retired, worked in that business. And they taught me the commitment to hard work. There was after school vacations, weekends, there was no clock. I had to work and I had to earn everything that I did. And as a family business, that was what was necessary, right? So when I started attending college in the fall of 1991, I chased a degree in criminal justice. And of course, I wanted to be a police officer and get to California. That was actually my dream. My dream was to ride a motorcycle in California as a police officer. Can you believe that? I watched too many Chip shows.
Uma coisa do
So
sonho
when
da
I joined the gym,
Califórnia.
that Gold's Gym in Worcester, Massachusetts, there were a lot of people that, you know, just looked at me as a teenager. Within 6 months, I was one of the biggest kids in the gym. And sooner or later, I met someone who played an important role in my success, Chris Aceto. He lived in Maine, and he's not here tonight, but I really wanted to send a message to Chris Aceto, who wrote out a diet for me. It was 6 meals a day, and he came down and he looked at me and he said, "Oh, this kid looks okay." And I put it on my refrigerator and I followed that diet to a T, and 6 months later, he came back and looked at me and he said, "Holy shit, this kid's gonna be Mr. Olympia." So I was like floored. Okay, my progress was quick. In 1993, I won the Teenage Nationals. I battled someone many of us recognize, Branch Warren, in that he beat me in the overall. I said, that's the last time that's gonna happen. Which sooner or later, we were 1 and 2 at the Olympia, if you guys recall, 2009. I got a chance to go to California. I got to visit Gold's Gym, the mecca of bodybuilding. Anyone knows that's one of the greatest places where the bodybuilders, of course, Schwarzenegger themselves came from. I saw all those walls out there of all the former Olympia champs, and I said, I want to be on that wall.
Verdade, mano.
Ed Connors. Big shout out to Ed Connors because he allowed me to stay with him and gave me the opportunity like he gave so many other people. Okay, he also got me an introduction to Joe Weider. Now, Joe Weider, you know, bless Joe Weider because he mentored me. He made a promise to me. He said, "You're going to be the best at what you do." And he mentored me on how to push myself and believe in myself and give me the
Diogo, Vini,
opportunity
Quirón e
to
Chaves.
contact magazines.
Eu só troco o Quirón pelo Chaves. Mas tem muita chance de botar esse Quirón, mano, por ele ser gringo e não dar top 3 pro Brasil, velho.
You know, I want to always recognize Joe Weider because without him, all of this wouldn't be possible, including Arnold's reign. Jim Mannion. Jim Mannion runs this organization. Big shout out to Jim. I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm sorry, this is kind of dragging on, but I have a lot of history. You guys saw this highlight reel. So I was at a picnic. Okay, this was 1994, and I was a kid with a great physique, and Jim had a friend that actually said to me at this picnic, they said, "I know Jim Mannion. I'll call him right now and tell him you're going to be the best bodybuilder someday." I said, "Okay, why don't you call him and see what he says?" And Jim, of course, picks up the phone and he says, "Okay, yeah, okay, whatever." Sooner or later, next year I go to the Nationals, I win the pro card, and Jim Mannion knows, "Oh, you were the guy at the picnic." So it's a pretty funny story.
Steve Weinberger, you're my guy, man. The best gym in the world. You gave me the opportunity. You don't remember, Steve, we were sitting in a Dunkin' Donuts. I guest posed for you. I remember everything. Steve did buy me the coffee, too. And I guest posed for you. I just had a pro card, and you said to me, you can be great at this. And you believed in me from day one. We now are business partners, promoting shows. You know, we spend a lot of time, obviously, communicating, and I just want to thank you for everything you've done for me. Without you, I wouldn't be in this position. So, Steve Weinberg, I love you, bro. Now, where's Ronnie Coleman? He better be here. You saw.
Thiago falou que os Open antigamente eram bem maiores. Imagina se os caras tivessem a tecnologia de hoje. Então, né, mano?
Where is he?
Mas não sei até que ponto, velho. É muito ambíguo.
You are the reason for my abilities, my greatness.
As drogas de antes era tudo.
Because you pushed me to do everything on the Olympia stage and beyond.
Acho que esse discurso tá atrasando o cronograma, viu?
Inspiration, you are my idol. I ended up beating you, my idol, but I love you. We spent a lot of great moments, Ronnie Coleman, the greatest bodybuilder of all time. And I love spending time with you. We guest posed every week. We ate together. We trained together. You kicked my ass in the gym. I'm going to admit that. But you've given so much to bodybuilding, and you are the greatest. I have to give a special shout out to also Chris Cormier. Chris Cormier, you're another reason, because you stood next to me and you gave me motivation. You took the time to spend with me. You battled me on these stages for every one of my victories at the Arnold Classic. Much love to you. Dexter, Phil Heath, man, 7-time Mr. Olympia. You were my best friend. We did it together for a couple of those Olympias. Branch Warren, of course, I mentioned. Victor Martinez, he pushed me in 2007. He thinks he won that show. We'll let him keep thinking that, but the Sandow sits at my house. I know he's in the house, but I love you too, Victor. We can still do a pose down if you want. To all the promoters, all the supporters, I hate to say fans because so many people that I considered, I guess in my head, fans became my friends. And they supported me, and I traveled around the world. And as you guys know, I'm booked every week going place to place, and I'm touted as, one of the elite. And I can't tell you how much that means to me, to be able to still be an ambassador. I really thought, at 50 years old, I would be, someone that's kind of just passed on, and I'm still, one of these.
Verdade, Jay, verdade, ó.
Inspirational.
Demorou demais.
When you start training, I mean, growing up where I grew up, it was so never expected. And, for me to be motivational to so many people because of my abilities on that stage and selfishly becoming the greatest, that is the biggest accolade I could ever have beyond these awards. Okay?
Os de hoje ganham muito bem pra fazer pouco, é igual futebol, ninguém dá o sangue, mas porque as contas já estão cheias. É, bem lembrado, né? Tem essa questão, né? Tem essa questão que ninguém dá mais sangue porque o cara pode estar no time mais ou menos, jogando mais ou menos, fingindo que joga e ganhando pra caramba, né, mano? Igual no futebol, velho.
Thank you for that. I know you hid this award from me up until about 2 weeks ago. And you kept busting my chops. What are you going to say in a speech? Well, I have to give you a shout out because I know it was planned. Brian Powers, the committee, thank you guys. And you know what? The fans all around the world that gave me this opportunity to stand up here and accept this award and give me the loudest applause for that quad stomp. And it's remembered, right? As one of the signature poses of bodybuilding, I sit at these expos, I do quad stomps all day, my leg's tired. I don't have to train legs anymore. And once again, guys, there's no ceiling to what we do. There is no limits. I wasn't supposed to be as great as I was, and I persevered through a lot of dedication and commitment. I beat the greatest bodybuilder.
Tá bom, Jay, já adianta o lado.
Classics in a row.
Então, né, Vinha?
And I appreciate all of you, the judges, all you people that, I know a lot of you judges judged me, the sponsors, all the people that attend this event. I appreciate it so much. I know I spent countless hours this weekend just spending time with people and hearing your stories, and I hope that I can continue to motivate you guys all in all, and I appreciate you guys so much, so thank you.
Aí, thank you, Jay Cutler. Aí que já tá com sono também, mano.
Folks, please join me and get on your feet for one of the greatest of all time, your Arnold Classic Lifetime Achievement
Agora vai.
Award winner, the great, the colorful Jay Cutler.
Jay Cutler. A lenda, né, galera? Bora respeitar também que o homem é... Ele tá de terno aí, mas vocês estão ligados como é o chip dele hoje em dia, né? Embaçado, filho. Agora vai.
Congratulations, Jay. Nobody more deserving, of course, and he joins a long list of absolute fantastic and great people in this sport recognized here every year with the Arnold Lifetime Achievement Award. All right, folks, it has come to that time. The judges' scores are in, and we're going to welcome back to the stage your Arnold Classic competitors. On stage, please.
É, vai ter as prévias do Open primeiro, hein, rapaziada. Premiações vai ser todas juntas no final. Até agora, hein. Bora ver o Brandinho. Já divulga pra geral que agora é as prévias, rapaziada. Prévias não, confrontos. Agora é a hora do confrontos. Hadi Samson, galera. Confronto top 1. Não vai ter o confronto top 3 que a gente queria, só o confronto top 1. E bora analisar agora, né, velho? Mudou muita coisa de ontem pra hoje.
Gentlemen, front double bicep.
I agree. I think he does look bigger, fuller.
His muscles look definitely more full, like he's...
Mano, é engraçado que cada um ganha uma coisa, né, mano? Poderia ter, né, Luiz? Confronto com o Brandinho.
If you compare the legs right now, you can see the difference in condition.
Oh no, I know.
It's a total different level. As much as I like Samson's physique, his flow, the condition is just, you just can't
Mano.
stop looking at Hadi.
I don't disagree with you at all.
Ainda mandou a torcida pro Dauda, falou, bora Dauda, caraca.
No, I don't think so. Because Hadi has all the size in the world himself.
Finais da Open já começou, Luiz. Foi mal, não tinha visto, mano. O Icaro falou que as prévias que decidem as posições. Minha Twitch tá bugada, tá desatualizada.
Hadi looks phenomenal tonight.
Side tricep.
Does this mean they brought them out first, guys, that they know all the other positions? This is just the battle.
Mano, acho que eu vou mudar minha opinião, tá?
I don't think they know all the other positions, but they know this is 1 and 2. So
Tô quase mudando de opinião, velho.
they're probably going to send him back and then bring him back out one more time. I think there is a disparity in size tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. For me, this is clear right now.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here right now looking at Samson and telling
Thank you,
myself,
gentlemen. Back
what
in
would
line,
Samson
please.
look like with Hadi's condition?
Rapaz,
This would be
o que chupou vai levar.
something that can never be beat.
Confronto bom demais, Luiz, cara. Tu é doido. Tamo junto, Luizinho, é nóis, mano. Rapaz, tô com medo de cravar, velho, mas acho que o Dauda vai levar. Mudei minha opinião, acho que o Dauda leva, mano. Agora bora ver nosso top 3. Ixi, deixou o Brandinho pra canto agora, mano.
I'd like to see
Muito acirrado, cara, que eu mesmo fiquei na dúvida demais aqui.
It's gonna happen now. Watch him moving in.
James filled out from last night. Those quads are round.
Eu, mano, como assim, Binho? Já vai trocar o Brandão, tenho certeza, mano. Já que esse cara é embaçado, velho. Aí, ó. Ah, rapaziada. Top 3, Brandão. Não tem jeito, família. Jogou o cara logo, foi pro canto, filho. Jogou ele no meio do início só pro coitado se iludir. Ah, será, mano? Tinha tapado coisa.
I think so.
O Brandão tá melhor, pô. O Brandão tá insano. Demais, Luiz. E bem falou que aí sim.
I don't see that.
I see that.
You only look at one eye. You're looking out of one eye. I love James, but he's not bigger than Akeem.
I think it is structurally he's bigger. Akeem's got bigger legs, but structurally James is bigger.
Aí, costa é importante, hein?
Legs are
Yeah, they're massive. Yeah.
a hair bigger.
Yeah.
James got a way bigger back, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Brandão top 3, rapaziada. Agora a costa desse da direita é brava, viu?
But James is put well together.
Engraçado que a maioria é careca na Open, né, mano?
Yeah. I mean, from the back, I think James has Akeem.
Side tricep.
Yeah.
Será que o Olímpia, ou no Olímpia o Brandão vai buscar o quê, mano? Já pensou? Top 3.
Better as they go. Now, when you look at John and Rafael, to me it looks like a clear third and fourth.
Yeah.
Your favorite most muscular.
I agree.
I mean, Rafael being third and John being fourth.
It's got this, Rafael just got this beautiful structure.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore.
Can't help but.
Muito bom, muito bom. O Luiz ainda tá indignado que não confrontaram o Hadi com o Dauda. Esse cara merece estar aí perto do coisa, mano, que ele tá muito bom.
Just getting better while he's posing too.
His shape from the front is phenomenal.
O Brandão tá mais cansado agora, não conseguiu segurar. Mas ninguém conseguiu ali também.
He said that James is bigger.
O Brandão muito stack, tá estéril, né, Luiz?
No, structurally bigger, not body parts.
You mean shoulder width?
Just shoulder
Tá
width.
tomando muito cansado, velho. Tu é doido.
I think they both not very, very wide when it comes to shoulder width. They're close in size.
Yeah.
But James has better condition and therefore.
Yeah.
Acho que esse cara tá na direita dele. Vai pegar o top 4, mano. Apesar que ele tava no canto antes, mano. Mas ele é muito bom, velho.
Yeah, much better.
E como é que ele começou no canto? Do lado esquerdo, né, Luiz?
Looks like John took off a little bit of that glaze and maybe took off a little too much.
And he should have, yeah, he should
I didn't.
have left that
Don't
glaze
blame it on me, Dan.
I said, John, did you listen to Fuan? So, come out all dry.
He wiped it all the way off. It's not my fault.
Yeah, because when you see him next to Rafael with the nice shine that's missing right now, I think that's hurting him a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah, he looks a little too
Just in
dry.
case you're wondering what's coming up next, we've got the Pro Wheelchair Bodybuilding Award. And then we've got the Bikini International Awards. You won't want to miss that. And Men's Physique Awards. And then, of course, all leading up to the Classic Awards, which will take place just a short amount of
Muito
time.
bom ele. O cara fez a posição na mesma hora, pô. O Brandão tá muito melhor.
My eye keeps going back to Akeem. It's like, I can't believe it.
Sometimes it's
Só sobrou o Marcelo Rossi disputando o top último, rapaziada.
Well, he's more conditioned
Tinha até esquecido do Rossi, mano. Pelo menos ele tá no meio dos últimos, rapaziada. Bill falou que fez mais bonito que o Ramon. Treina pesado, mano. Ramon só confia na genética. É foda isso. No meio não tá não, tá no... É foda, né, Bion? Mas o Brandão é muito fora da curva.
Marcelo and Moshaban position.
Right.
And I think that's going to be their placing too.
Ah, o da esquerda tá melhor, mano. Joga da esquerda pro meio aí. Pelo menos à frente, né? Ixi, agora mudei minha opinião.
And so the talent in the show is that good. That they're
But Marcelo looks better than last night. He filled out a little bit. Condition is not there.
Eu tava nem lembrando do rosto também.
Compare him to all the pictures that he
Coitado, mano.
and then sometimes
Vai ficar em último, infelizmente. Não sei se, como tem poucos atletas, eles vão pontuar todo mundo, mas acho que o Rossi vai ficar em último, velho. Os caras tão melhor que eles, mano. Principalmente nas costas, aí... As costas da esquerda é fraca mesmo. O do meio vai ficar em antepenúltimo do meio.
so many pictures because you know how it is. You take 50 pictures, you choose the one that makes you look the best, and then you put that out there for the people to see, and you continuously do that. And then when you step on stage, that's what we're looking forward
well,
to.
you have to be able to match that expectation.
Yeah, because I was a victim of that too. I mean, I posted
you
pictures.
You were the Mr. Olympia of the gym.
Yeah. It was not the gym, it was outside the gym.
Nossa, tem que lapidar muito essas costas. Demais mesmo. Agora o trapézio do Rossi é surreal, né, mano? Ninguém tem um trapézio parecido com o dele, mano. O Kaique tá rindo das costas do Rossi, mano. Chamou, hein? Top 4, rapaziada. Top 3? Ah, top 4. Caraca, é isso que a gente queria ver, hein? Brandinho lado a lado com top 1 e top 2, hein? E o Brandinho ficou no meio, rapaziada. Já pensou? Segundo lugar, mano. Não vacila não, demora, velho. Muito bom, velho. É o mais bonito, pô, de estética, tu é doido.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, Rafa's got him in the lats, and that's about it. And the conditioning is better.
Mano. Caraca, velho. Se ele tirar esse top 2 do Hadi, eu vou enlouquecer, velho. Queria ver ele exatamente do lado do Hadi, mano. Acho que o Dauda vai ganhar, rapaziada. Pra mim tá mais que claro isso agora. O posto do Dauda é realmente muito melhor, velho.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over. They're gonna mix him around a little bit.
Mano, o Brandão chocou o mundo, hein? Aí, cadê o Sandro Rossi dizendo que ele ia ganhar? Cadê? O confronto é muito antigo, hein? Rossi e Brandão. Rossi não, Dauda. Mas ele ficou no meio, hein, Brandinho? Caraca, velho. Muito foda. Compensou o Ramon ontem, rapaziada. Ó, arrepiado aqui novo, velho. Muito foda, mano. Ah, jogou o Hadi pro meio. Safados.
So on one side he's got Samson, he's got Akeem on the other side.
Front double bicep.
Se ele ganhar feriado no BR, bom que eu já não trabalho segunda, viu? Ele tá todo mundo cansado, mas o Brandão tá mais ainda, mano. Não segura. Gravei lado a lado bem pra trocar o Hadi com o Dauda, mano. Só pra gente ver ele lado a lado com o Hadi, mano. O Dauda é muito grande, velho. É difícil comparar com o Dauda, velho. O Brandão tá empurrando o Hadi. Dizem que ele não gosta dele, né?
Can't get over how big of a lat spread Hadi has. Being the shortest guy, and he kills every single one of them when it comes to a lat spread.
That's a great pose for
Samson. I was gonna say, I think I give that side tricep to Samson, even though the conditioning is not there. The shape is too good.
I mean, condition I think is too good for Hadi to lose that pose right now.
O Brandão tá armando por último, o Brandão tá muito cansado, rapaziada. Tô percebendo isso.
be in Arnold's lap here in a second. They keep moving up.
Brandão, top 5 ano que vem no Arnold esse ano, quer dizer. Tá nítido, né, mano, que ele tá cansado, velho. Ele não segurou as poses muito bem, não, mano. O Dauda quase derruba o Brandão ali, velho. Deu uma peitada nele ali de cumprimento. O Brandão tava esperando o Dauda gigante, filho. E aí, galera do Telegram, o que é que vocês acham? É, o Eduardo tá falando do Ramon ainda. Eu sou bem mais rápido, não. É foda. Será que vão premiar eles primeiro ou vão chamar a Bikini, mano? O Brandão quase desmaiou. É isso, cara. Pior que esses caras fazem tanto cardio pra melhorar o condicionamento, tem que fazer mais o que, velho? Mais cardio, né? Pose down. Cadê o Ross? O Brad tem que ir logo pro rádio pra engolir ele, ó. É, no rádio foi só uma cumprimentaçãozinha assim de educação. Aí, ó, Brasil. Rossi e Brandão, mano. É a união, rapaziada. A galera fica criando rivalidade. Até eu criei aqui na live, né? Mas é o Brasil, mano. O Brandão tá cansado que ele não tá nem fazendo as poses no pose down, mano. Coitado, velho. Talvez isso prejudicou ele demais, mano. Ross tá aguado. Infelizmente o Ross é... Na minha opinião, ele ficou em último, velho. Porque o penúltimo eu achei melhor que ele, velho. O cara tinha poucas costas e o Ross conseguiu ter menos costas que o cara, velho. Foda, velho. Prejudicou só um pouco. Top 3 vezes. É, o top 3 vai vir, mano. Mas é, o Rossi... O Brandão provou que ele pode mais, né? O Brandão é o único que tem um cabelo, né, mano? Tem outro ali que tem mais ou menos, o Hadi tem um topetinho, né, mas... O do Hadi ali é só o resto do resto, mano. Por enquanto, no Olímpia tá careca. Caraca. É a coisa mais relatada, os colaterais, mano. Calvície, tu é doido. Todo mundo, mano. O Derek tem bastante cabelo, né, velho? O Derek, mano, é o campeão. Bastante, né? Agora é a hora, rapaziada. Agora é a hora.
Hadi's competitive nature. It looks like he just wants to stay out there and keep posing and keep posing. Who's that? Antoine and James still out there?
Folks, for those that were at the expo earlier in the day, you saw some of the prejudging rounds. You also saw some very extraordinary athletes taking the stage. And of course, our wheelchair athletes. At this time, I'd like to announce back on stage, Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger. He will be presenting the first place award, man who earned the title of Arnold Classic Champion this afternoon, Mr. Rahish John.
So this next athlete, you're gonna see him. In 1991, he was 4. He had a high fever. So he went to the hospital and he got an injection to take control of the fever. But that shot, something went wrong, got post-polio. And from that, got him paralyzed in the legs. And that's why he's in the wheelchair. He's from
A
India.
premiação vai ser agora, rapaziada. É a hora da verdade, Luiz.
The 6-time U.S. Arnold Classic Pro Wheelchair Champion, as well as another Pro Wheelchair Champion here at the Arnold Classic. Please welcome Rasheem Young.
Chamou o campeão da Alvião, né? O Gorila ficou em terceiro. Eu transmiti aí pra vocês. Tava sem minha câmera, mas vocês viram aí quem acompanhou. A oportunidade dele de fazer o pause down, né, mano?
All right, let's bring out Arnold to present his first place award, his title here at the Arnold Classic.
Vai ganhar algum troféu homenagem, né, mano? Eu achei que esse cara tá muito pequeno, velho. Os outros caras estavam melhor que ele, mano. Eu vou preparar o post dos campeões aqui, rapaziada.
How about a big hand, folks? Thank you, Arnold.
Aí foi o Gafo, o segundo, até o Gorila tava maior. Eu até achei estranho quando puxou ele pro meio, que eu achei que... Sei lá, velho. O Scar falou que o Gorila mereceu top 2. A Ana falou que os manos indianos ficaram doidos com ele. No BS, se o Gorila fosse soberano, ninguém ia falar nada. Não dão valor, os Paralimpíadas mostram isso claramente. É, isso é a verdade, mano. Isso é fato, velho. Mas que bom que ele foi reconhecido pelos indianos, né?
Judges' scores are in and finalized. We're not going to go back to our Bikini International Champions, and we're going to have
Premiação da Bikini agora, rapaziada.
Here we go.
So they're going to call first.
Mandando as meninas para os palcos. Merecia um top 2 no mínimo, tá melhor que o top 1. Mas será que tá melhor que o top 2? Porque o top 1... Fala da verdade, hein, galera. Nossa Angélica tem grande chance aí de arrumar uma colocação boa, mano. Top 3.
Former 2007 Arnold Classic champ. Welcome back to the stage, the Dominican Dominator, Victor Martinez.
Mulher no palco não, Luizinho. Quer ver os caras? Agora vai ser rápido, mano. Ela é BR, mano. Já foi 2 vezes campeã do ar, 2 vezes da Olímpia. Teve filho e tá voltando agora, mano. Ela tava narrando a live da Olímpia. Botava várias falas dela aí pra vocês ouvirem ano passado. Narrando, né? Comentando. Chamou a primeira aí, Além Fernandes. Sexto colocado.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Lelis.
Agora vamos ver a quinta colocada.
The fifth place award is Mr. Guy Cisternino and Mr. Mark Matthews, representing Uprising, powered by MIT 45. Gentlemen, please take the fifth place award and present it to
Five place.
Phoebe Hagen.
É Fire, né? Web Haga. Web.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you, Mark.
Grande. Ah, não, é a quinta ainda, né? Viajei.
The fourth place award, Mr. Stefan Chienzi.
Parece lá os troféus de acrílico que minha faculdade dá no Interclasse. Porra, é vacilo, mano.
Fourth place award and present it to Angelica Teixeira.
A Angélica é quarto lugar, rapaziada. Depois procurar o troféu que teve lá no Mato Grosso. Cara, neguinho gigante, depois vou ver, mano. Essa qualquer fã tá achei estranho também, viu, Tó? É, nossa brasileira conseguiu top 4, rapaziada. Ela que é mãe, mano. E representou aí na Bikini, velho. Vou pegar uma bandeira do Brasil, mano.
And Jeff will please take the third place award, the third place check, and present it to
Terceiro lugar.
Vanya August.
Vanya has a great physique.
Vanya August.
Great structure.
Terceiro lugar, a Bikini International.
Brazil and the USA already. So now down to the final two.
Third place, she has a good future ahead of her.
Cadê os homens de sunga? Felipe quer ver os homens, por favor, ainda pede por favor, Felipe.
Down to the last two.
All right, folks, we're down to our final two, and I am informed by Tyler Mannion, our IFBB Vice President, that we have a one-point decision.
Galera, ninguém contribuiu hoje no Pix, ajuda nós, fortalece nós aí. Tô precisando comprar um microfone Bluetooth pra gravar os vídeos lá no Arnold, mano. Então fortalece nós. Porque agora você teremos um resultado do segundo lugar da Bikini, que é... Alguma coisa Delgado. Ah, essa moça, velho. Alta. A menina vai se tornar tricampeã, rapaziada. Vai ser muito emocionante ser tricampeã, né, mano? Por isso que ela tá emocionada, hein?
Representing Angel Competition Bikinis. Ladies, please take the first place award, the first place check, and the title of 2024 Arnold Classic Bikini International Champ and two-time champion Laura Lee Chapanos.
Tauri, campeã. A Amanda foi a primeira a dar parabéns pra ela. Laura Lee Chapados. Já vou postar nos Telegrams que é que a gente atualiza em tempo real as notícias. Pra quem não tá podendo assistir, mano, acompanha com nós, velho.
I really think her stage presence really just far from the rest.
Se tornando tricampeã da Bikini International, beleza, rapaziada? Galera, aproveitar a transição para agradecer as contribuições de ontem, né? Ah, o Lucas contribuiu com 10. Valeu, Lucas Felipe, mano. Não mandou nem a mensagem. Mas tamo junto, Lucas Felipe. Muito obrigado por estar fortalecendo o canal. Agradecer a galera de ontem. O Abelardo que mandou R$2. O Gelsimar que mandou 10. O Morizabeth que mandou 2. O Laurence que mandou 10 também. O Elcio que mandou 13. O Elinardo que mandou R$1. E o RFJ Refrigerações que mandou 10 também. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que contribuiu. Estamos quase chegando no valor do microfone aqui, beleza? Tô 46 aqui, o microfone tá de 70 e pouco, se não me engano. Beleza? Então muito obrigado a todo mundo que contribuiu. Valeu por fortalecer o canal, ajudar aí. Muito obrigado, mano. Agradecer demais a todo mundo que tá acompanhando também. Esse pay-per-view que foi de graça. Quem tá assistindo aqui é porque gosta das interações, gosta da resenha aqui. Então, muito obrigado, rapaziada. Felipe quer ver homem? Mostra os caras pra ele. Rapaz. Esses caras aí são meio estranhos nesse chat, viu? Ver como é que estamos aqui na Twitch. O Elcio dizendo que vai me dar o microfone, Elcio. Vou lhe chamar no Telegram, mano. Como é que eu mando mensagem aqui? Se o Elcio fortalecer, vai fortalecer, viu? Vou lhe chamar, viu, Elcio? Não sei se tá trolando aí. Falando nisso, a galera do Telegram quiser comentar aí no último post, eu vou estar lendo com vocês, beleza? Agora Men's Physique, rapaziada. Se quiser sim, mano. Se quiser sim, mano. Agora começar a zoeira, tá? A escala já subiu, o Toguro já subiu. A escala ganhando conhecimento. É, galera, agora é a hora que o filho chora, a mãe não vê, viu? Daqui a pouco eu falo melhor com você, Wilson. Bora, vou focar aqui pra não... Sexto colocado, galera. Será que a Manuel consegue, mano? Ele tá disputando sexto ou sétimo, velho. E bora ver se eu vou cravar o top 5 também, né, mano? Open vai ser depois da main, se quiser sim. Top 6. Emmanuel Hunter top 6, rapaziada. É, eu acertei, viu? Que eu falei que o outro mais alto ia ficar em quinto. Eu acho que o Costas ficou ali em sétimo, né? Como eu previ. Eu vou cravar todos, rapaziada. Pode anotando aí. Meu top 5 foi esse. O negão mais alto em quinto. Quarto, o gringo lá. Terceiro, o Diogo. Diogo não. O Vitor. Segundo, o Vini. Primeiro, o Diogo, mano. Vou fugir tudo aí, mas vocês entenderam, mano. Quinto lugar. É isso mesmo. Eu tô com medo do gringo ficar em terceiro e o Vitor em quarto, mano. Bora ver agora, velho. Always. Quinto place. Não fala 5, né? 50 place, né? 50 place. Agora é a hora da verdade. Hora da verdade, rapaziada. Será que vai ser top 3 brasileiro? Top 3 brasileiro, rapaziada. Top 3 brasileiro. Eu falei que ele ia ficar em quarto, pô. Será que eu vou cravar, rapaziada? Será que eu vou cravar o top 5, mano? Certinho? Nando falou que particularmente já gostou da Men's. Mas ultimamente não curti muito não. Porque mudou muitas coisas, tem poucos brasileiros. Ah, poucos brasileiros? Vamos ser top 3 do Arnold, mano. Poucos brasileiros, velho. Cara dizendo top 3 BR, caralho, brasileiro bugou na Men's e o Nando falando que tem pouco brasileiro, mano. É, Vitor Chaves, né? Agora é a hora que vai decidir se eu cravei ou não, mano. Será que o Vini é campeão, velho? Será, mano? E agora, rapaziada? Diogo Montenegro ou Vini, mano? Eita. Rapaz, se o Vini ganha, vai chocar o mundo, velho. É, cravei, rapaziada. Eu falei no início da live que eu ia cravar, mano. Mas é isso, Brasil dominando. Dominando o Olímpia. O Olímpia não, o Arnold, mano. É isso, rapaziada. Eu falei, tinha muitos aspectos, pô. Deixa eu postar aqui no Telegram, mano, o resultado. É acirrado, foi, isso foi, mano. Cara, cravei bonito, ainda cravei pro top 6, é o que eu falei. E a Manuel foi sétimo ainda, mano. Bonito de se ver, top 3 brasileiro, velho. É o homem, rapaziada, sempre representando o Brasil. E o Nando falando que a gente tá com o brasileiro, né? A gente tem brasileiro demais na vez, pô. É porque no último Olímpia teve as dificuldades alguns, né, mano? Acabou decaindo de posição. Mas aqui no Arnold, no top 5, a gente dominou ano passado, agora os top 3, mano. E o Diegão é campeão. 25, deu o Diego, mas foi aciado, com certeza. O Jordan falando que o Diego merece demais, mano. Isso é histórico, 3BR, demais, mano. Os caras devem estar se tremendo por dentro, velho. O Elenilson falou que o resultado da Men's foi justo. O Diego tá emocionado ali com o Arnold, mano. Guilherme Herrera falou, caraca, que coisa linda esse top 3. Oh. Caraca, velho. Pô, velho, até ficar emocionado agora, mano. Muito bonito isso aí, mano. Ele todo sujo de tinta, velho. Os baixa mídia. Cadê o Kaique Pro? Infelizmente ele não vê, mano.
So this was really unbelievable, this victory. I mean, let me ask you something. I know you're very emotional. It means a lot of you, this great victory, but first of all, how do you feel?
This is one of the biggest dreams of my life. I always want to compete in Ireland. The first time in 2017, it was disappointed because I didn't place. And then I worked so hard, and 21 and 22 I got third, last year second, and this year first place. But the most important thing that happened in the last 6 weeks of prep was things I have to change in my prep, things that could put my prep in not a good position, and I couldn't not show up here as I want because I need to take care of my mental health, to be a better father, a better husband, and I decided to do a different prep not using all weapons we have. But this prep I learned two things. The love of the people around me led me stronger, and the hard work beats talents. The hard work beats everything you can do. So if you do the hard work, you can do a good prep without things that can put you down, put your family down, put your friends down. So you're here with the trophy just with hard work.
Well, congratulations. You're fantastic.
É isso, rapaziada.
I'm proud of you. Yeah, congratulations.
Diogo Montenegro se consagrou campeão. Kaique falou que ele é um exemplo de atleta. O Luiz também. Hard work.
Even though hidden in behind the shorts, but everyone had big thighs and big calves. What happened there all of a sudden? Did you guys start training your thighs and calves more, or what? I mean, don't you think so? This is like really wild. I mean, everyone's legs are just so well developed. It's really fantastic. So congratulations in any case. So you spent more time on legs this year?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, good. Terrific. Well, anyway, congratulations all of you. Let's give them a big hand. Come on.
É isso, galera. Top 3 Brasil. Lindo, lindo, rapaziada. E Brandão top 3. Ramon, infelizmente, não deu certo, né? Que foi uma decepção pra gente, mas foi bonito no Brasil, rapaziada. E agradecer a Ana Márcia Patriota, que mandou 10ão. Beijo, Ana Márcia. Muito obrigado pela colaboração. Valeu, valeu demais, Ana Márcia. Tamo junto, muito obrigado. E agora é a Open, galera. Acabando, finalizando o evento aí. Já teve Bikini, já teve Men's. E pra quem perguntou o horário da Open, o Neutrino, agora, mano, agora. Brasil no topo sempre. Tirar foto com o Arnold geral ou o quê? Esses troféuzinhos estão diferentes mesmo, né, mano? Bem que falaram. Pose musculosa, né? Agora é a hora, rapaziada. Open, só falta ela. Montenegro. É do Brasil! Rapaz, tem que botar as vinhetas aqui na live, né, velho? Boa ideia, mano. É do Brasil. Representou, mano. Top 3 brasileiro. Falta é, mano, entrar ali na premiação, velho. Quase que ele fica em sexto, mano. Diego consagrou já que o Ramon deu zebra. Aí o Brandão vai. Já pensou o Brandão top 2, né? Tem essa possibilidade ainda, mas difícil, mano. Muito difícil. Dauda ganhou como melhor pousador. Acho que Dauda segundo, viu? Pra mim é prêmio de consolação aí, rapaziada. Ou será que não? Eu penso nesse caso do futebol, velho. Vocês acham que é assim também na bodybuilder, mano? Vocês acham que o Dauda ganha ou fica top 2? Eu achei ele melhor agora à noite, velho. Só que as prévias contam muito também, né? Eu acho que eu tô errado. Acho que ele vai ganhar, mano. Mesmo... É, o Kaique falou que pode ser. Agora eu fiquei na dúvida, velho. É bom que deixou mais interessante. O Albert falou que... O Albert é um cara, né? Falou que o Pivetão Diogo merece. É nóis, mano. Merece demais, velho. Grande chance de ganhar. Ainda tem mais musculoso, mano.
Franco Colombo Award. We have a video presentation, folks, so please place your attention on the big screens.
Aí o Shots fala a mesma coisa. Quando ganha o prêmio de consolação, pode esquecer o título. Olha o Arnold. Ah, Franco Colombo, velho.
This was a friend of mine for 55 years. I mean, we did so many things together. We did movies together. We traveled around the world together and we trained together. And what a great training partner he always was. He was right there. And he was counting out the reps.
Olha ele hoje em dia.
Competitive.
I'm the strongest bodybuilder I ever lived, I think.
I was so proud of him because he won the Mr. Olympia competition, which was his big dream.
Franco Colombo.
He was such an unbelievable inspiration to so many millions of bodybuilders around
A
the
foto é
world.
histórica, né, mano?
And he was always into helping people. He was selfless. He was unbelievable, unlike anything else. So we miss him dearly.
Ah, ele morreu em 2019, mano.
One of the greatest of all time and an award in his honor. I'd like to present on stage, please.
Morreu novo, velho.
Debbie Colombo, coming out with Arnold, presenting the Franco Colombo Most Muscular Award.
O filho dele vai dar a premiação do mais musculoso, pelo que eu entendi. Ah, tem 2 prêmios, então eu acho que... É, cada um ganhou um prêmio de consolação. Achei injusto, mais musculoso.
Hadi starts walking out before they announced it. He must have heard Fuad said, oh, Fuad said it must be true.
Brandão ainda não começou a lugar. Eu achei injusto esse prêmio aí, viu? Os caras não quiseram dar os 2 prêmios, os 3 prêmios pro Dauda. O certo era dar aquele melhor posador pra outro, velho. Pro Hadi não, que o Hadi não posa tão bem, mas pra outro. Brandão campeão, então. Verdade, Shorts famoso. Já pensou, velho? Meu sonho aqui, velho. Rapaz, tu é doido. Dauda bem mais musculoso. O Hadi é mais definido e o Dauda é mais musculoso. Todo mundo sabe disso. É, aí ganha troféu, né? Agora é a hora, hein? Agora, rapaziada, acabou a brincadeira. Até o Paulo Bruno tá achando que o Brandão esse topinho já pensou, velho. Ia acabar com tudo aqui, mano.
Okay, so wait, is James not in the top 6? Oh, they're bringing them all out. Okay, I'll just.
Pamparo.
Second, I thought, wait a minute.
Stay with us, DJ. We're
All
bringing
right,
it home.
folks, once again, we'll be awarding our top 6 gentlemen here tonight. Presenting
Top
the
6, né?
6th place award. Representing America's Navy. Please welcome Petty Officer Peregrino. Please take the 6th place award and present it to Bikini Williams.
Aí, ó, o Williams. Eu sabia que ele ia subir posição, pô. Ele começou no canto ali, mas ele tava bem demais, velho. Ele começou na segunda line, né? E subiu. Agora quinto, rapaziada. Energia positiva aí que vai dar certo. Diogo foi top 1, isso mesmo, Alucard, mano. É isso aí, Leonardo Alucard é Brasil, mano. Olha o Nick Walker aí.
Stage former Arnold Classic champ, the mutant Nick Walker.
E essa moça é o que? Esposa dele? Magrinha.
Please take the 5th place award and present it to James Hollingshead.
Aí, ó, quinto lugar. O brabo lá. James Oligashiad. É isso. Quinto lugar. Mano, espero não ver o nome do Brandão agora, mano. Espero não ver agora, mano. Não quero ver agora não, velho. Isso é tudo. Igual que é o Hulk, Ave Maria.
Arnold Classic champ. Please welcome Mike Ashley. Mike, please take the fourth place award and present it to Jonathan Della Rosa.
Good for him.
É, rapaziada. Top 3 garantido, hein, família? Top 3 garantido. É, deu bom, hein? Tava claro, né? Mas já pensou? Eu quero mais agora, eu quero mais, aí. Mal do ser humano é a ganância, né? Ganância entre aspas. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que tá assistindo. Mais de 100 pessoas no YouTube, mais de 100 pessoas no Telegram e mais de 30 na Twitch. Tamo junto, rapaziada. Será que é agora, Brandão? Será que é agora? Muito obrigado a todo mundo que contribuiu no Pix. Pix@gustafrango.com. E agora é... Rafael Brandão, rapaziada. É isso, é isso. Representou demais. A gente quer mais, esquece, mas é... mitou demais, rapaziada. Terceiro colocado, rapaziada. Vocês têm noção disso, mano? Representou demais mesmo, velho. E quem será que vai levar, hein? Eu acho que vai ser o Dauda, velho. Mais cedo, né? Ontem eu achei que não, mas hoje o Dauda veio melhor, na minha opinião, mano. É um cara só.
All right, thank you, Stefan. Congratulations, Rafael.
And the moment of truth.
Presenting the second place award, Mr.
Agora, segundo lugar.
Representing our title sponsor, Celsius.
Será que o Hadi vai sair Brasil de novo?
The second place award, the second place check to runner-up this evening. Samson Dauda.
Samson Dauda, segundo lugar, rapaziada. Hadi Chopan, campeão do Arnold Classic, é. Eu falei que ia cravar na mesa e cravei, né? Mas não deu pra cravar no coisa não, hein, mano. Se eu mandar o resultado já no Telegram, né, mano? Que aqui é rapidez. Agora foi muito disputado, rapaziada. Vou postar aqui nos dois canais do Telegram. Já comentei a galera do Telegram, eu perguntei, foi justo? Já responde aí nos dois canais meus, tá essa enquete, não, tá essa pergunta. Eu vou ler os comentários de vocês, mano. Felipe já falou que foi sim. O Alexandre Santos falou que sim, foi justo. A Ana falou que foi injusto com o Dauda, né? Hadi Chopan. Aí que falou que o Hadi foi monstro, o Luiz Cato falou que foi no detalhe do detalhe. Qualquer um dos dois que levasse era justo, é. Tanto que de manhã eu achei, ontem, né, eu achei que o Hadi tava melhor, e hoje eu achei o Dauda melhor, então foi valeiro demais.
Still, I mean, like we talk about, it's funny, we talk about it like it was a bad placing. You're still second place at the Mr. Olympia, and it was controversial.
Tem 11 atletas, né?
So it's not like he had to come back. You know, he's still an amazing bodybuilder, but it was really great to see him even up his game even further.
Eles deram 2 prêmios, né, Shots? Então. Matheus falou que foi justíssimo, principalmente o Brandão, que esperava que ele ficasse apenas com o top 5. Quase todos os patrocinadores, a origem do rádio fica fácil, o Matheus falou. Eita.
And that's why it means
And now
so
he's
much.
got, yeah, now he's got all the trophies.
How about that statue? Wow. Hadi Chopan gets the win and brings down the house in the classic division as he unseats last year's champion Samson
Brandão
Dauda.
socou o mundo. O Felipe nem tá na live, mas tá comentando lá no Telegram. Ele se surpreendeu com o Rossi entre 9 e 11. Brandão top 3 representou demais. Top 5 no Brandão é sacanagem. Não, ele achava antes do resultado, né? Achava que esse top 5 já tava suficiente. Antes de começar. Aí, ó, o Luiz Ricardo falou que o Rossi é top 1 de trás pra frente. Chamar alguém, bora escutar aí, né? É o coach?
They're both totally straight. Anyway,
Ó, foi humilde. Deu uma medalha pro coach. Foi humilde. O Pedro dizendo que agora ele não sai pulso do palco.
how does it feel winning here again?
Não fala inglês, né? Aí que falou que é o melhor treinador do mundo.
خیلی بچه بودم کلی پول خرج میکردم که فیلم ها آرنولد رو ببینم بزرگترین آرزوم هم این بود که یه روز آرنولد در نزدیک ببینم عکس بگیرم
Verdade.
امروز
Go ahead.
He said, since my childhood, I was spending money to buy your videos, and you were my idol. And
امروز با آرنولد روی یه استش
Falta brasileira, mano.
دوتامون قهرمان مثل المپیا هستیم دوتامون قهرمانی واسه دنیا و اسطوره آرزوام بهم جایزه میده و کاپ به من باعث افتخار منه که بزرگترین بدنساز دنیا به من امروز مدال میده و کاپ شما تبریک.
Verdade, mano.
and it was my honor to see you in person, and I'm so happy to get this title from a champion, and
another Olympia champion.
And another Olympia champion. So, and
Very nice. Very nice. We're having a good time here, we foreigners. Huh? Vielleicht soll ich in Deutsch sprechen.
Falou bonito, concorda, né, Luiz? Verdade, mano.
But go ahead.
من خیلی خوشحالم اول اینکه شما رو میبینم کنار شما ایستادم و افتخار میکنم که یه عکس باهات دارم بعد اینجا تشکر میکنم از رامبود و خانواده‌اش که تمام سختی‌های منو میکشن
Esse tradutor tá aprendendo Duolingo.
از تمام بچه‌ها که اینجا هستن
Aí tu falou que foi muito merecido o top 3 do Brandão. Agora é melhorar e correr atrás do necessário. É isso aí, mano.
به اون آرزوهایی که داشتیم به اون ستارهایی که آرزومون بوده برسیم و باشیم.
The backup translator's kicking in.
Tá melhor,
He
tá
wants to
melhor.
thank everybody that was here. He wants to thank the crowd. He wants to thank Jim Mannion and the organization for everything they've done. He wants to thank his family back in home in Iran, who's waiting because he's been out of Iran now for several months, getting ready for this show. He just wants to
Muito
say
melhor
thank
que o tradutor, coach, velho.
Very nice, very nice. Well, anyway, congratulations on a great victory. Tell him congratulations on a great victory. You were without any doubt the best. You were the best yesterday in the prejudging. You were the best today. You were the most defined, the most cut, the most muscular, great posing, everything. And
Ah, o tradutor tava nervoso, né? É verdade.
First of all,
Mas pro inglês, pro outro é mais fácil pra ele traduzir, né?
with me
Ele deve
today.
ser
And then my girlfriend is here,
nativo do
Heather
inglês.
Milligan, right down here. And I have one more good news, and that is this year the winning prize is $300,000 for the winning.
Seria
But
bom, né?
next year, as you know, the winning prize for the Olympia is $400,000, and I don't feel obliged anymore with the rules. So we're going to go up to $500,000 for the winner next year for the Arnold Classic.
Vai aumentar o prêmio, rapaziada.
Exactly. Absolutely. My pleasure. Can't wait to come back. Yeah, no, absolutely. You will be back. Okay, you will be
Ele
back.
vai voltar, com
Thank you
certeza.
very much. Thank you all.
Só vi que ele vai aumentar o prêmio aí.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Dando parabéns a todos.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Agora a foto dos campeões. Eu não vi o pra quanto, eu não entendi na verdade, né? Olha o Arnold no meio.
Before we congratulate Hadi for winning, I just have to say, this is really, Arnold is basically saying, I want to be the best.
Muito bom, rapaziada.
We're going to have the biggest show in bodybuilding.
O Alucard que é do mesmo jeito o tradutor na hora de apresentar o trabalho. Fico nervoso.
So the ball falls in the Olympia's court now. They're going to have to step it up to go.
Falar com mulheres eu fico nervoso agora. Apresentar o trabalho é de boa. Cadeira hoje acho que sou de boca toda.
This is great for the bodybuilders, I'll say that.
And if you think about it, I mean, the last time I competed was 130,000.
Does this make you think about coming out of
The
retirement?
last time I competed in the Olympia, it was 100,000 for the first. So now within 10, 14 years, it went on 4 times as high.
Muito bom, rapaziada.
Arnold has done so much for bodybuilding. From
Do ligo
when
tá
he
com
competed
nada.
to now, it's just giving back.
Troféuzão do geral é top, hein?
Back to Hadi, an amazing win. I think Arnold was correct. I think he was ahead last night.
As an Olympia champion, this really solidifies his state of being a champion.
É, galera, tá acabando aí, rapaziada. Quem quiser ainda contribuir pra olhar a mensagem, dá tempo, rapidão aí. Agradecer a todo mundo. Deixa eu ver se batemos 200 inscritos, mano. Batemos 200 inscritos. Valeu, rapaziada. Recomeçando o zero novamente. Chegamos ao fim de mais um evento. Agradecer a presença de todo mundo. Todo mundo tá desde o começo aí. Luiz Ricardo, o Binho, o Kaique. Valeu, muito obrigado aí pela presença. Quem chegou depois também, o Guilherme Ximenes, o Everton Nunes. Galera da Twitch aí também. Deixa eu dar um salve pra galera da Twitch. O Alucard, o Leonardo Nogueira, o Alber, o Luizinho 14x. Galera da Twitch também representando. E a galera do Telegram que não tem chat lá, mas tá sempre presente. Telegram sempre ali, pelo menos 100 pessoas sempre tem, mano. Toda live. Mesmo as lives mais fracas, sempre tem gente lá no Telegram. Então, tamo junto, rapaziada do Telegram. E boa noite pra todo mundo aí. Fiquem com Deus. Boa noite, Kaique. Boa noite, Luiz Ricardo. Até a próxima. Até, mano. Aí o Mauro também. Mauro tá aí desde cedo também. Tamo junto, Mauro. Boa noite, mano. E é isso, rapaziada. Fim de evento. É sempre triste, mas foi muito bom o evento, né, mano? Infelizmente o Ramon não conseguiu. Mas a gente teve as surpresas aí do Rafa e do Men's Physiques. Até o Arnold Classic Brasil. É isso aí, rapaziada. Vou tá lá. Vai ter, acho que é Classic, né? O Pro. Eu tava pensando como fazer IRL, só que dá muito trabalho, então eu vou fazer uma live simples mesmo. Quem não segue no Insta, Insta tá aqui, ó, @Gustafrango, segue nós lá. Vou voltar a produzir conteúdo lá no Arnold Brasil. Falta um mês, rapaziada, tô ansioso. E é isso, rapaziada, muito obrigado a todo mundo que contribuiu no Pix aí também. Também o Elson Pantoja, né, que eu vou falar com ele aqui, que ele disse que vai fortalecer no microfone Bluetooth pra gente gravar os conteúdos, hein, rapaziada, aí vai ser bom, hein. Mas é isso, rapaziada. Boa noite a todos. Fiquem com Deus. Bom início de mês aí. Estamos chegando março. Terceiro mês do ano já. Passa rápido, hein, rapaziada. Nesse instante foi o Réveillon agora. Nesse instante foi o Olímpia. E agora já é março, mano. Tá passando o tempo. Mês que vem é meu aniversário. Mas é isso aí, rapaziada. Boa noite. Fiquem com Deus. Valeu e fui. Muito obrigado e é nóis.
Monkey. Monkey.
Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. Monkey.